Hey guys, it's Tarkin coming at you with another game of Total War Warhammer 3. You guessed it, back with Malakai in the old world again. But here, we're with a low-level army. We've got some stuff. We're fighting against 3 Chaos Dwarf forces, so there are a few Dreadquake mortars. We're going to try to do this, and if we can't do it, we're going to try our best to trim this force down considerably, because we do have another army in the area. A stronger one. But theoretically, this could be winnable. But I am not very good, and I am afraid of the Chaos Dwarf armies. But, you know, we just need to improve, right? So they're gonna have more war machines coming that way, but I don't think those have the trains. So what we want to do is, you know, have a lot of guys in the woods. So if we start here, we'll be able to shoot them immediately. That's what we want, right? We just want to be engaged with the artillery so that we can... So, alright, so we actually... Because of the deployment here, yeah, we'll just go like so. We'll put these over here to annoy them. And actually, with that in mind, we will just... Yeah, we'll have the flame cannon more deep set. It'll have dig in. We don't want it to... we'll want it further back because it's going to be pretty good at shooting infantry and such, hopefully. We'll have it over here. We'll have it over here. Now, we're going to hope that they deploy over this way or something. That's likely enough. And that means we should actually probably do this. Alright. So Bugman's Rangers, because they are stealth, will be fine to have back here. And that'll be good too for countering. And then can't actually deploy over there, which is a shame. Alright, let's see how it goes. You know, they begin by doing a whole bunch of damage, but, you know, let's see what we can do, right? Because we'll just move the Bugmans up here, or the Quarrelers up here, rather. Flame Cannon's already going in, and if they, you know, the Kadai Fireborn are hardly a good target for it, but wow, look at that, the mortar just getting deleted, and now we're just going to shoot this one and send... Alright, so there we go. That's the solution. A lot of cannons. You know, they drop the base there pretty hard, but it's alright. Okay, they were on defend, but they're not really in defending. And we're just going to move these two to grape shot duty. And get these guys shooting the Great Taurus. And get these guys to grape shot duty here. And hope that the Quarrelers on the flank will be fine. We need to get here. We're going to get on this Hobgoblin Bolt Thrower. I think we can shut it down. Yeah, this cannon, it gets deleted. And they are, wow, what is their bonus? 50. Wow, they absolutely get on top of this one too. You know, it might have been my grape shot doing it, but we'll see. You know, please shoot. Please shoot. Alright, so that worked a little bit, but now our other cannons are getting offline. We have to protect them, can we, though? Yeah, they're certainly moving too fast there. They've got Infernal Guard on our Bugman's Rangers. That's going to be pretty rough. We can get great weapons there, though. That'll be okay. Here, we just need to come in and make sure that these dudes don't get on top of us. Because if we can just keep a cannon online, but can we? But can we? We need to shoot these Kadai Fireborn up. Well, you know, the, No, and we get... Oh, man. A rear charge by Hobgoblin Cutthroats, and the Iron Demon is fighting Bugman Rangers. Yeah, we're definitely losing this, but, you know. Maybe we'll try again. Could we do it? I don't know. Maybe. Obviously, we need less cute stuff. Alright, yeah. So let's just try it again, right? How do we do it differently? So we just make a proper front line and don't worry about the woods because they're going to get inside of the flank one way or the other. And then have a couple of cannons up here because we know that they'll come across at us and 2 cannons can win the duel with the demons. So we put a warrior there. Yeah, it's just, what do we do, right? Because if they sit still at the beginning while we shoot them, then maybe that'll help some. I don't know, you know, I don't know. We'll see if this works. Alright, so of course they reposition entirely different this time, naturally. But we do have all of our guys in range of that one, and then here we shoot at the Great Taurus. Oh goodness, alright, so yeah, there. Oh wow, yeah, those just get deleted, but hey, you know, maybe... Alright, so here we were trying to shoot at the Great Taurus, and alright, let's try to let's just grape shot swap there, and maybe that'll work, because here we get this one mortar offline, and let's go ahead and get this one helping here. Alright, so we do get the Bale Taurus down this time, but now the Quarrelers are getting engaged by the... Oh my gosh! Defend mode never does anything. I hate the world. Anyway, so the cannons are just running across trying to break my heart. Oh, and these guys are fighting against Hobgoblin Cutthroats, which is terrible. We need to be shooting them, don't we? Yes, and then here... and here, the Bugman's Rangers are fighting there, which is very bad, but maybe the Grape Shot will work there. Alright, so we stay on the mortar there. They are, you know, maybe... because, like, if we can go overhead here somehow, then, I don't know. Oh, the Iron Demon is here. Well, hopefully the Great Weapon guys can deal with them. These Infernal Guard are into the cookie jar. You know, the Grape Shot worked there, and now we need to swap back. Alright. Here on the Hobgoblin Archers, we charge in here and here. Now they still have a Dreadquake Mortar online. Maybe we'll think that eventually they'll just start accidentally shooting their own guys too much. Alright, Quarrelers coming back. We need to get them right here. That Iron Demon is a menace. But our heroes are still up. We need to get them... well, if we run here, we might get Last Samurai a little bit. No, we can't get too far away from everybody, though. At least we still got this thing here. This Engineer coming in clutch. Alright, is anybody out of ammo? No? Alright. We've managed to defend the gun line some. Alright, we just need to swap here and here. The Iron Demon blows up. Oh, that's wonderful. The Flame Cannon online against the Hobgoblins. I think we're going to do it. You know, it only took 2 tries. Look, I don't play on Legendary, right? We're lucky enough to get anything here. Bugman's Rangers in the trees, doing the clutch work. And of course, they still have their artillery. But again, you know, once we're in a melee and they have the higher melee troop quality, their artillery benefits me when it's firing into us. But we just need to get these Infernal Guard off. We need this Sorcerer Prophet to not get up in the air at us either. But all right, we shatter these Infernal Guard. We're gonna get this other group too. They do get on top of the guys. Oh man, there's a bad hit. This guy's pretty weakened. We should be able to just get the hits in there. Yeah, we're just gonna let the Dreadquake Mortar shoot at us. That's what's hot on the streets now. The Fire Glaives are opening up there. We just need to get into motion and we'll be fine. Alaric Ironhammer. You know, with your second life, you really did it. You know, we just needed to play a more traditional thing and stop trying to be cute on the flank. And of course, oh yeah, there's still more stuff coming in at us. But the Iron Demon's about to be out of ammo, so there, you know. However, alright, we need to get these Fire Glaives down because they are about to fire unimpeded at our guys. Well, no, they're going to fire into Bugman's Rangers, who at the very least have shields. Alright, and then here, we're going to get on the Bale Taurus with our fools on the ground here. The Demon Slayer Lord, you know, he's got Guardian, he's got the Banner to the Last Hold. He has got his axes. We are having a party. Alright, and there, crucially, we open up on those Fire Glaives, and, like I said, crucially, we still have our cannons online. Yeah, 4 cannons, maybe a little more, but yeah, this is that's how we deal with it. We need to get here on these Iron Sword. Wow, they, you know, of course, come in with crazy damage again. What are you gonna do, right? But I think that's the last one of them. Oh no, they still have it over there. That's right. They've got a Dreadquake Mortar that's covering this, so we just need to make sure we're too far for that to hit. Shoot at this Lord here in the air. You know, he's coming in for it, but we've got Oh, goodness. I'm like, we have fire support. We don't. Oh, Bull Centaur renders at this late hour. Jeez, that is rough. Alright, so we got knocked off of our cannons here, but... Oh, we're just out of ammo. That's alright. Oh, I restocked the wrong thing. That's rough. This Thane has restocked, but he is running, which is not great. But we need to get on these Bull Centaur renders, or we are toast. Oh, the Slayer Lord died. Oh, no, that's super bad. But maybe... I don't know. I think we lose. But, you know, we fought very bravely. Well, no, because our engineer's back, and all of this is back, and that means this guy can restock the flame cannons, who now have been shot up by the fire glaives, though. Alright, if we can do a bombing run, now remembering that we do have access to a bombing run. Alright, yeah. Oh, they have a train. Jeez, they have a train. Alright, yeah, well, we're not gonna make it. It's alright, we fought bravely. You know, if we would have gyro-bombed better... It's alright. We tried our very best. The surprise train in the late game, you know, how do you deal? But that's gonna be it. You know, it's a good army, and if we had high-level lords and heroes, like if we had a high-level demon slayer and a high-level dragon slayer, you know, we would have been able to win these fights so much better. And then, yeah, but you know, it was a valiant defeat. We're gonna accept it. That wasn't a defeat because I blundered. You know, that was a good, honest fight. And we see that 4 cannons is probably the way to go. Can maybe go to 6. The real issue is that we don't have any way to stop, like, Bale Tauruses and stuff. We need, like, organ guns in the armies, but that takes too long. You know, but there we lose a mighty dwarf force. Alaric Ironhammer, his Slayer Oath fulfilled. But we did, you know, get a lot of work done. We lose a Talisman of Preservation. And, of course, a valuable dwarven army. But we're late enough in the game now where I can be, like, I'm already over it, right? You know, we fought bravely. We put our face to the foe. We got some work done. And, you know, that was an elite army of Chaos Dwarves with backup. If it had been a 1v1, we would have smoked them. You know, it was more flying monsters that we could handle. It was more flying monsters plus elite infantry plus elite ranged. You know, they're very good stacks. It's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be an engaging war. All the more so because I intend to fight most of these battles rather than auto-resolving them. Although, like, for settlement defenses, I'll probably take it sometimes.
I'm scud up with you.
But because you really just, if we just get organ guns and the reload time reduction, right, that would do it. But we need to send an army up there. Everybody dies in battle. But hey, you know, at least Ungrim is coming with his minor group to support. Hey, and the mortar, I guess I didn't do such good work against the mortars as I thought. And this guy raids our land and totally gets away with it. We're gonna go to ambush here. We might be able to catch them slipping. They very well might, like, march up here like a bunch of fools. It's like, I don't want to fight a Slog's army. I don't really want to use this army at all. If we just... I mean, it says it's going to give it to us. No, it's not going to. You know, let's try it, I guess. Whatever. Let's see what happens when we try to fight an army like this. I bet it's going to be terrible. But hey. The only way to learn that I don't want to build this army is to build this army. And this guy's just a dude. We're going to leave him in the trees. Because probably what we'll need to do is kill everything on the ground, right? Because I don't know if we can even kill chimeras. Certainly they'd be able to catch us and make us miserable. Because they are not quite faster than we are. But, you know, Snorri is considerably faster than these two are. Snorri's like, I want to go first. Snorri gets in, colossal. And Snorri actually puts a huge beatdown down, of course, but yeah, we're just gonna stay in skirmish mode with our dudes and hope it works, and you know, present them targets on the ground. Maybe it'll be fine. After all, it's not like they're gonna win a fight against our slayers as they just delete their chimeras have magic attacks. Chimeras have magic attacks, of course they do. But we don't want our guys to be so split up. You know, we want to be together here. Alright, so now the Chimeras are running, and some of them are catching us, and the other ones are, you know, in the woods. Alright, so this is very bad indeed. And yeah, so this, to the extent that this stack is functional, it's not functional at all against Norska. Which I would have known. Well, I didn't think this fight, I thought this stack was going to go with Malakai and support him everywhere, and that didn't work. That'll never work. That'll never ever work. I should stop thinking that we'll have an army to support another army. That's never going to be how I behave. I'll forget. Yeah, because we just... All of the gyrocopters are just wasted space. If it was just Slayers, they would actually be useful. Maybe we should just get a Slayer army. Because again, all of these gyros are useless. They don't do anything. They're the worst unit in the game. No, they're just very bad against a stack of 11 Chimeras. And in fairness, there's not actually a lot of things in this game that are good against 11 Chimeras. And we're just gonna go to Snorri smashing mode, turn his defense down, try to get some kills here. Because again, I'm not good enough. I don't actually know how to micro the gyros. I shouldn't use them. I shouldn't have more than like one in an army. I actually think they're actively bad for me to have. They're a very good unit, but I'm so bad at the game that I think it handicaps me pretty badly to have gyrocopters, so we're going to try to start phasing them out of our armies. I don't think they do anything for me anymore. They're very good against Chaos. You know, it's just, they're not good against Chaos Dwarves, and they're not good against Norska, so we don't need them. We need nothing but stuff to fight monsters against Norska. We need just like a million Slayers. I mean, maybe giant Slayers, right? Snorri's fighting this Kim, you know, hey. At least they'll fulfill their oaths, right? But yeah, this army sucks. I shouldn't have built it. I'm an idiot. This might be the worst army I've ever built. Which is pretty impressive, because I've played this game a lot. You wouldn't know by looking at me because I'm so bad, but yeah, because Chimeras are, like, impossible to deal with for me. I can't, I'm not remotely good enough at the game to do this. I mean, if it was, like, 4 of them, maybe, but 10? 10 is just too many. I can't do it. I cannot do it. We should probably fight in the trees, come to that, huh? Yeah, just can't be done. I can't do it anyway. I'm sure there are a lot of players out there that look at this battle as an incredibly winnable fight, but it's not one to me. I don't think I could do this 50 times and learn it. And I frankly don't need to, because I'm never going to do this again. I'm never going to be so stupid as to build an army that I hate. I'm not going to do it. I hate this army. I don't like anything about it. The only thing I like is that it's got slayers in it on the ground. One gyro is enough. Like, look at this, right? We can't do anything. We cannot do anything but die. What a terrible army. What a terrible, terrible army. Just absolutely trash. Maybe the worst army I've ever built that I spent good money on. Like, I think there's a time when I was trying to make great swords work for Empire, and it was still a better army than this. This is the single worst army I've built in my entire life. Just terrible. But at least Snorri gets to meet his doom against a mammoth. Maybe he'll even knock him down first. Will we get the Aslog kill? Nope, because he runs away. Hey, the mammoth came back. Snorri doesn't get him. And we lose. Anyway, I hate that army. I hate it so much. Everything about that army is bad. His army is terrible too. I hate them for having it. I hate the game for making it possible. Look, this is why you're supposed to quit. This is why you're supposed to stop playing the game before you get to turn 100, because it becomes misery. And I know that. And at any point I might quit because this sucks. 10 Chimeras, 5 Eden, and a Giant sucks. That's stupid. Only I should be able to do that. And I wouldn't even do that because it's not fun to play. What does the computer care? Anyway, we lose. I deserve to lose. That was a bad army that I built. Gyrocopters suck. Don't use them. That's not true, but I do hate the army, and it's bad.
Lead you to doom, I will. Something over there. Demon Slayer.
We're taking his stuff because they're going to steal all of it. Yeah, we're taking... This guy... Look, Yori, maybe you'll come back sometime. But, you know, Hargrim came here to negotiate the end of this army. What a terrible army. I hate that army, and I hate myself for building it. I'm never going to do that again. Literally unplayable. Now, what we're going to do... is get a Blood of Elia army here. We're going to walk up and give him, you know, the stuff he can't get at home. No, not Iron Breakers. No, not a Thunder. No, he doesn't need any of this. All he needs is Slayers. Right. He doesn't need anything.
Demon Slayer. Slayer.
Oh wait, we can't get it from the Grungi. I'm an idiot. We need to move the Grungi first. Down here, because you know, we're just gonna deal with that. We have to get him down here. There's too much nonsense.
Hail. What?
And we'll just get, you know, a bunch of Slayers there, and then he'll be able to be useful.
Doom Chaser. Don't stop till you're dead. Come with me if you want to die.
See, like this army, 3 Chimeras, a dragon, like this is more normal, right? What was up with that other one? Total insanity.
Is there to
I mean, we could have just not taken the other fight, obviously. Oh, this is the Nurgle army for the thing. But, you know, Hargrim Ironforge gets spell resist for the army. Very excellent.
follow at your peril? More moving, less whinging.
We're going to move back here because we know it's relatively safe and we want the replenishment very badly. And then we'll go up, pop him. Alright, Morgus, can we get to Citadel right now? Yes, that we... Nope.
Death Seeker. Doom Chaser.
And, like, this is a minor Scaven faction, so it doesn't matter what's there, we'll deal.
What do you want? I am.
We do need to send somebody over to kill that guy eventually.
Demon Slayer.
Bits of Iskalak have come online. Now, do we have another place we could deeps that would be good and safe? We could try at Stormvrak if we just hang out there with Bjorni until we get it. But, you know, we need another army up here anyway. But, you know, we're revenue positive right now. But we should just... get another army rolling here because we need another army rolling here. Will it be someone who actually is the defender though? Will we get like a rune lord of the place, or is it just going to be demon slayers? I think it's just going to be demon slayers.
Demon Slayer.
And here, we're just going to grab organ guns so we can slot a couple, you know, into an army here, and we'll take, you know, like one of the flame cannons here, and, you know, that kind of thing. And we'll be able to get a dragon slayer for this army here, and, you know, hardy, pretty good choice there.
Doom. To doom, then.
And the Thanes of this place recently fell, but, you know, that doesn't mean we can't get more.
Ready. Slayer. Yes. What? Aye, lad, what can I do? Aye, lad, what can I do? Ready to do the guild's bidding. For clan honor. It is time. Muster arms.
Yeah, we'll put everybody into here, and then when we swap the armies over, you know, we'll
Grease those axles. Aye. Get those cannons moving.
we'll have something for him then.
All right, lads.
Because again, like once we're online here, and we are online here, we're good to go, and we don't really need to recruit the Slayers globally here. Because this guy can just do that in a turn, right? And then we'll be able to get global recruitment going here and get this army properly going up, right? Which involves what? Which involves Bugman's Rangers. And it's really about the only thing we can't get here, right? And we don't really need more than one gyro. Don't really need one gyro. Man, I hate those things. Do we want a great weapon ranger? I mean, they have so few ammo, but they do have the damage. You know, why not? We'll get an army with a whole bunch of rangers and stuff. Maybe that'll be good. It won't be. It won't be. Why am I doing this? 6 Bugman Rangers will work though. Yeah, let's just get Slayers, whatever. Here, can we trade the Durgan to them? No. Alright, so at least we're revenue positive, right? Of course, we got problems, but Malakai is sweeping down here, and that's going to solve these problems, I mean, temporarily. Oakry Burn Brights, Burn in Bright, back into the home front. Do we try to throw a deeps at Stormvrak? It's not really that safe there, right? And we're about to move into these mountains, and if we get something, you know, like Karak Vlag here in 5 turns, that's where we're going to want to put it. Okay, yeah, we'll just save it. I mean, we do have 6. Vale's another option, but by the time we're ready to do it at the Vale, we should put it at Stormvrak. It's probably the only ranger outpost we have, though. It's fine. We'll just, you know, we'll emotionally process the pain of losing that army. Get more ammo for the miners. Sure. No, I bet we'll get something out of guilds that's better. Yeah, Lord Recruit rank. Can't beat it. And I'm like, are we about to have a rebellion here? No, it'll be fine. It is stabilizing because we're so low. I'm like, this doesn't give you negative public order. No. It does cost you money, but, you know. How much money? Probably not too much. The best location in the game. It also keeps things uncorrupted. Anyway,
Slayer. More means to kill. To doom, then.
and really this guy next turn can move over here and recruit, which is, of course, a much better place to recruit from. Given that it's got, you know, the stuff. Oh yeah, speaking of commandments, oh yeah, we don't need Empower the Guilds anymore. Let's take this Corruption Control one there for a second. And of course, these guys are greatly weakened, and that is very good. And we're gonna come in with Lund's army and try to pick up the pieces, right? Here in a bit. You know, so much of our power is in those armies we sent to the north, right? That's where our most elite forces are. That's the armies that have the Thunder Barges, that have the Demon Slayer, Dragon Slayer heroes that are super high level, you know, but now they've been so successful that we don't need them there anymore. But of course, they still have problems up there. Those guys might never get down here. And they march up 2 more armies immediately. Yeah, we're going to need Malakai down here post-haste. The good news is that we're revenue positive, and if we full up a regular army full of Slayers, I only think it's going to be like 3 grand, 3,500, something like that. So, because we could just start churning them out and sending them into the wastes, and maybe they win an auto-resolve against 17 freaking Chimera. Look, Chimera are awesome. They're such a good unit. They're immune to flanking, which is a headache. I only like the good stuff in the game when I get it. But, you know, let's see what these new guys have. If they have a whole bunch of grudges, we can be pretty sure that they're going to have a good army. Because otherwise, those grudges would have been grabbed, you know. Sayl wants peace. Well, yeah, at this point, I'm not surprised, old buddy, but it's a little past that now. And this is the army that we lost to with the other army, which, again, is fine. And we'll get Garagrim and Snorri into some army. They're either going to go to Malakai's, because he's the capital, right? Because we have a Horde faction. So, in general, when you're a Horde, they follow the rules of, like, going to your faction leader, if they're an immortal hero, I think. But the Overlords of Zarduk have been eliminated, so now we're seeing that Thoric, now that he's got a secure mind about the rest of the time, you know, can we get him to join the war against the Warhost of Zharr? He doesn't want to. Yeah, all right. For 50 grand, you know, why don't we... I'm like, do we not have anything that borders him anymore? You know, if we just had one thing that bordered him, you know, they might declare war on each other anyway, but, you know, Thoric will get bored once he...
Oh, make it snappy, I've got work.
Man, 50 grand, though. I guess we could see about trading something to someone and then getting a bunch of money for it. Because now Ungrim's here. We can trade him Dolgan Camp, right?
You no doubt have a request. I'll hear it now.
For 4, you know. He's just broke.
I agree.
But Skaldorish, you know, he's made a huge blunder here. He took the bait. He's not going to get away this time. He's going to get away a little bit. I'm so good in a bush. Yep, indeed. Alright, so in their area, you know, they've got all sorts of stuff. And maybe this guy just has a bunch of... Yeah, it's, they've got a lot of stacks here now. Yeah, it's, it may well get super rough over here. Malakai is not that close, is he? He is not super far, but not that close. We're just gonna... Yeah, because we just gotta get there, like, post-haste. We are in such trouble. Urf is getting inside the cookie jar a little bit, but Okri's going to be able to do Okri things, of course.
It's as good as done. To doom, then. Keep your axes close.
Yeah, I really should have,
The dumbass crop drives you off. I'm on it.
Really should have thought more about all that. Do we get an army here? Well, no, because like we're about to be revenue neutral again, and without prospects for making money. But, you know, it's gonna be fraught with peril. At least with Ungrim here being mad. He's no match for these armies. These armies are crazy. But, you know... We've got all this stuff. I mean, maybe...
In these dark times, perhaps we should stand together.
It's like, should we do it, though? If we do, then... Yeah, let's just do it. You know, Thora gave us that money a while ago for a trade agreement, and now we give it to him. So now he's already here with these armies. They're going to be able to move against the Warhost of Zharr in their element, and that'll maybe take some pressure off here, because, man, oh man, is there a lot of pressure on here. Hey, Neo, good morning. Yes, yes. We did at long last. Alright, so we're going to... Alright, so now I'm thinking... I don't need this army and I'm stupid. It's okay, it barely costs us any money. We're just going to be holding pattern here. That's what it's got to be. We're going to push Malakai down. And that 50 grand, sure, it was a lot, but we'll eventually be able to trade some more people something for something, surely.
For my oath.
Man.
Dishonored.
We're going to inscribe Ludin Thunderstone with the Master Rune of Gromrol to go with his Rune of Thungi. That'll take him up to a whopping 30 physical resist, which is unlikely to matter, but hey. And 105 armor against an armor-piercing faction. Hey, it's about sending a message, right? Ludin Thunderstone is is mighty as well as powerful. Alright, we take that, which saves us no money. We have access to only a couple of the grudge settlers. Well, you know, we'll see what happens over the end turn, right? Because we're not... No matter what happens, we'll find a way to be okay with it. But, you know, clearly it would be a little easier if everything goes smooth. Here, though, we're going to start making some money.
Bane of demons.
In contract if you do stay.
Death Seeker. Slayer.
Because we'll just let Sayl get in. Sayl's too cowardly to go to war with Ungrim, which is why Ungrim's doing so well here. We just want to... We'll just ignore the rats in this direction, push down here, because... No, these are like actually... Yeah, I actually think those are ruins. Because he has 4 lands, and they're probably... all these 3 and 1 more. So, well, you know, we'll, no, we'll go up this way.
Moving exposed.
My kid, the throng of Cadre welcomes you. I suppose.
The good old throng of Caradhran, of course. This guy, after recruiting a bunch of slayers at the very gates of the realm of chaos, is like, well, let's move on out. But I am excited for these armies to move against the hated Dawi-Zharr here, and maybe, you know, because he has 50 settlements, but you know, he can only fight for so long, and if we can hold here just a few more turns. Because we'll just underway across. I'll fight any of those guys. I'm reasonably certain that Malakai's army will handle what's going on there. Unless those 10 Chimeras show up too. Maybe even then. It's the thing with Thunderbirds is I'm thinking actually, I think I said this last night a bunch too, but like with 70% missile resist, I think they'll actually be very good against Chaos Dwarfs, because even if they're shooting me, that's a massive sponge of an HP pool. It's like having a gold shield. And anything shooting a gold shielded unit is mad about it. Speaking of, I wonder if Belegar's still alive. I mean, I sure hope he is. I wonder where Zatan personally is. We haven't seen High nor Hera him the whole time. A new hegemon! Oh, Snorri actually goes to this place that was sort of where he was around. We'll get him to Uzkalak. We'll spin up a new army here, because we'll need a new army here. Super, super cheap recruitment, you know. 90 to recruit a Slayer here.
Who's man enough to follow me? Not bad.
Who's man enough to follow me? Dwarf enough, sir?
Demon Slayer.
And just in time for this port to get reinforced. No. So Malakai here, we'll just go down the road rather than going across, because these armies don't need to, you know, be able to be here. There's no reason to let them get further in and being a headache. So we'll just push them along.
Dishonored.
Yeah, they are gathering their thoughts. Okay, yeah, because this, we really got them when we got Thoric into this war, right? Because now they don't know what to do. They're like, oh man, are we supposed to go home? This is different. Here, we're just going to move here to ambush.
But that armor's heavy, eh? No. Find another sort.
Because if we have an ambushing army there, plus more, again, it's expensive, but ultimately we'll be able to strike out and pay for it. Alright, and then here, when we trade these over, we just need Slayers? Yeah, we just need Slayers. Cannons, organ guns, Bugman Rangers, Slayers. That's the plan. We'll see if it works. And we're sort of, you know, leaving this side open. Again, Okri can do whatever needs to be done to protect the hold. We're actually going to march here to Carrick Doom real quick, just to try to get the trait, you know. There's no one about inside. And we'll roll up here and here, and then slide... Yeah, we'll slide Hargrim Ironforge's army down this way. And just have one up here. It seems bad.
Doom Chaser. My doom may lie below. Slayer.
Yeah, I guess it is a rank 5 settlement with the outpost. We might as well. Like, there's no way to know how valuable it is to them, really. Yes, but see, you know, like some of these reinforcing armies, these are just Silver Chevroned armies, you know, we definitely did some work against them. This jerk with the Talisman of Preservation, that used to be mine.
Should maybe wash me cakes. Death Seeker. Doom Chaser.
The Blood of Grimnir, an obvious choice.
Inspired by a slayer, Dawi.
The Blood of Elia.
Have the forge fire's glory. It is time. ready to do the guild's bidding. Very well. An artillery train.
So we're about to be broke again, but we have to do it. We have to do something. We've got to get an army up. And, you know, going through in the north, we're going to be able to start sacking some of these, you know, 15, 16k here and there. When we're revenue positive, that's plenty of money. Obviously, it's still a lot regardless, but...
A friendly face is always welcome.
Boris Ursus? My stars! Where are you from, buddy? Oh, he's got no settlements. Well, that's a shame, buddy. Obviously, we'll sign a non-aggression pact with you. I thought you were dead, Boris. Dude, if we can get like a Bale Taurus to like try to punch a Thunder Barge, then we can shoot it up too, you know, with our Bugman's Rangers. I like Bugman's Rangers against the Chaos Dwarves because, you know, you got your shields. I mean, Quarrelers got them too in the armor, but Quarrelers, you know, can get shot up from a distance. You know, the Fireglaves might be looking at them, or army abilities or whatever, whereas Bugman's Rangers, you know, much hardier, on account of how they're invisible. And they regen on account of the Bugmans. Man, that 10 Chimera army, though, gross. I'm sort of regretting when we pulled Malakai across to deal with Archaon and Sayl, but maybe it was a good call. And you know, the money is almost done now.
For clan honor. Flattening me crest. As long as we walk, follow at your peril.
Alright, so here we give him... Because Lund needs the better army, right? So we give him another Master Engineer, we give him the Dragon Slayer, we give him a Thane, so they both have one. We get a cannon. And a Flame Cannon. And a Gyro. And a Thunderer. We give them an Organ Gun and a Bugman's. One of these Longbeard's great weapons. I don't really believe they're amazing, you know. And then we take like a Longbeard because we've got, you know, Brother Grimnir or whatever. And yeah. Well, you know, then like one side still has all these Bugman Rangers, right? So this is a little better, and then his army will have more of the unique things, and then yeah, so that's yeah, there we go. We do want to get this because we want to be able to recruit a Thunder Barge here.
If he wants it done right.
Yeah, all right. So Lund will be in ambush here, and Morgan will be inside, and then here in a turn or two, you know, because if they move up a little bit more, we'll be able to strike out. But here, you know, we've got them. We've got him nervous, right? Look at this. Hey, Quazak. We've got him nervous. They're trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together, but they're nervous to move out. Because we've got two scary stacks here now. And then, of course, with the Dark Citadel, if they come to fight us here at the gates, we'll just rip them up. Feels good.
It's me.
Oh, and Sayl hit us with the you can't move ability again. Man, do I ever hate that guy. Is there a mod to turn Cao Cao's abilities off? I'm just so sick of Cao Cao. Asking for me. Like, jeez, what's Cao Cao's deal even? Ugh. Use a hammer? I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Everything was drawn and watched. This is a gap. My throng seeks only death.
We'll just throw a miner in there. They'll be all right.
Bane of demons. Doom's this way.
Because at least, you know, once we get up to this wall, like, we're sweeping through. And that is the one wonderful thing about this map. Sure, it's massive, but you can still find the border. And we have created here a beautiful concave border around us. And the Dawi are, you know, resplendent here. And, you know, taking these places over at level 4. So, you know, the Dark City, I wanted to take it for my own, but it looks like... Looks like it might end up being more of Thoric Ironbrow's party. But, you know, Malakai will get on the way if the game will let us move eventually. But everything is going fine, you know. We are almost out of money. But we are not out of money. Did they teleport over there? Can they teleport? They must be able to. Because they were just over here. Maybe they have access to Tzeentch teleport stance. That would make sense. Level 50 Runesmith. This guy will get the old guard's tankard and the gatekeeper's hammer. Hergar Hasselfriesian. You know, he's the new one. And we're going to throw the casket of sorcery on him because we hate wizards. But, you know, if he's afraid to move out, then that's good for us.
Explosives expelled.
Like he already has mentor. Good. Alright, good stuff. Commandment available. Where? Oh, over here.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink. Yes.
I know he's broke because all of his land is terrible, but I still need to take it from me and give it to him for reasons of efficiency. Because, you know, we don't want to hold on to this land. That's not useful to us. And if he has it, then these fools that aren't at war with us will be there. And then he'll be like the Ascendant Dwarf Lord of the Northern Wastes. Good for him. It sounds like I'm teasing him. I'm not. I'm glad he's still around. Speaking of, I wonder if Belagar's anywhere. Snorri runs down to that army. We embed the heroes over there. And we're about to be like upside down on money, aren't we? So we just very much need to start making some. You know, we had a window, but we paid Thoric 50 grand to get into the war. That was, however, necessary. I really think that's what hiccuped the war host of Zharr to the degree that they did. And now, you know, we'll be able to... Because if he thinks his borders aren't secure, right, he's going to be less likely to try to move every army in the universe towards me. And as soon as he stops, we'll sweep back down at him out of the mountain passes. He'll be like, wait, I thought the Skaven lived there. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That was so 10 turns ago, bro. I am having the best time in this campaign. 10 Chimera army notwithstanding. Look, that was just my bad. I brought a gyro army. I brought a gyro to a gunfight. And that would normally be good, but the gun was shaped like a dragon in the sky, and they punched me in the face. Not every army is good for every purpose, right? Even armies that are really good. And I'm also not very good. So, like, what I'd be more likely to be able to do a 20 artillery army than a 20 flying cavalry army. I like a balanced force, you know, to needle and destroy. Looks like Sylvania's losing, which is too bad. We're never going to achieve our goals there. Say, to be fair, the Zharr army really needs 2 engineers with their strength. Yeah. Man, we didn't get anything done in that battle. It was rough. It was super rough. If I would have just had a full army of Slayers, it would have been fine, but I had a full army of Gyros, and it just was murked. But, it worked. Well, welcome, yes. We lost an army at the beginning of the campaign. of the run here. Old Alaric to the Chaos Dwarves, but we did super good against them, and you know, now we're up to scruff.
Garagrim Iron Fist. Sometimes one must wait for doom.
And here, if we, like, move ambush here, they might move towards me more. Because I don't want them to back out. I want them to fight us here. We get a Thunder Barge. It is free recruitment, you know, for Slayers here. That's pretty nice. Do we want, like, a Doomseeker? I mean, 1 doesn't seem bad. You know, can we afford this? Not exactly, but look, if we do anything, then we'll be able to start affording it. Wow. Alright, so clearly here they are moving out. Can we do something about it? I think so.
Hey up. Come with Doom Chaser. Imagine if it were.
Alright, so this guy only has 1 train, and they're in my land, so they don't get the Dreadquake battery, because that's only in their lands. Alright, and they... Alright, so Lutza, this is the guy with the trains, and Tecton, this is the guy with 4 mortars, but they are not on trains. And he's got 1 on a train. Super rough, right? But... we fight here. If we lightning strike off the first one, what's the benefit of that? Not particularly large, right? It'd be better to get them both on the battlefield here so that we can back up, go to ambush again, and try to provoke them into something. Because if we lightning strike the first one off, sure, we could beat up the second one a little easier, but, you know, fundamentally... unsure if that would be wise. We'll see. Yeah. We'll be able, because we'll have a big army of support, and while they will have a Dreadquake mortar with 518 range whenever they reinforce, you know, we'll send our engineer in the sky, our crummy little air force that I hate, and they'll help. I don't hate the air force. I just hate that I'm so bad. But really, with they still have plenty of nasty army abilities, but the Dreadquake one is the super annoying one, and of course the Dreadquake army ability is the Dreadquake mortar is the single most outrageous shot in the game. It feels like it shouldn't be allowed. When you see it hit and just like everybody in the unit dies, and you think, did that cost 20 wins of magic? And they're like, nah, dude, they can do that 12 more times. But this army isn't like that other army we were fighting with. This army can brawl.
Stand together. Do it. There's nothing I can't fix. Ready to serve. Flame bless our aim. Demon Slayer.
Lund's not a level 8 dude. He's a level 27 dude. It's different. And of course, we have that army coming in. They think they want this fight. They absolutely 100% don't. They just don't know it yet. As soon as this artillery opens up, they're about to find out, though. And they're going to try to get outside of it. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. They'll try to flee. Well, we'll shoot them up anyway. And a perfect shot there, getting it done. The organ guns getting their increased range, and we do enough damage to bring them forward, just like we hoped. And now they are toast, because they are going to get shot up. See, this is what I want out of artillery, right? I want my guys to... Let's just bring our folks in behind us here, right? Yeah. I like that better. We're going to call the miners here.
Kill the old splitters. Miners.
Alright, and then immediately we let the gyrocopters get caught by the Overseer, because I'm bad. Alright, and here something happened to them, and they got deleted. Probably an army ability. That's the thing about the Chaos Dwarves. You're fighting against the fact that they're Chaos Dwarves more than you're fighting against the army, is how it feels. The miner summon doesn't disappear, so I need to stop pretending that it does and realize that it's a minor blasty charge summon forever. But yeah, the Thunderer plus Organ Gun, definitely the way to deal with these monsters in the air, you know, if you can get them to split up a little bit. I hate gyros. I mean, they're good. I don't think they're good against anything that flies, right? So we just gotta phase them out of our armies. Like, one is okay, and the summoned one obviously is always with us. But yeah, they're not for fighting Chaos Dwarves with. They don't do the work. They are way too vulnerable, and I'm not good at the game. This army, I'm like, see, it's fine when I do it. Man, I hate my whole Air Force. The only part of it I like is the hero, and he's not even doing anything anymore. I just like that he's in the air. Man, talk about a paradigm shift, right? And I think we're losing this fight, actually. Yeah, I think we're losing. Think we are losing. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad indeed. We are getting smoked. Everything's falling down. Kadai Destroyer having a party. Our whole backline is in shambles. Because again, just like one Bale Taurus, we don't have an answer for a single Bale Taurus in the whole army. And the Air Force isn't an answer either. Man, Chaos Dwarves are hard to fight. Because if I had, like, a bunch of flying heroes, it'd be fine. Where are my 400 flying heroes when I need them? I'm so bad at this game. Everything's in a shambles, and some of the artillery is somehow online. That's good. I'm so bad at this game. Full Centaur renders on everything. Yeah, just one single Bale Taurus is like an insurmountable problem. Maybe I should give up. Maybe I should never play this game again. I'm so bad at it, right? I am so bad at it. It's really something. You would think that a person that played a game this much would be good at it, but you'd be wrong. You'd be so wrong. Because, yeah, this dude is just, like, running around doing anything he wants. We can't do anything to anything in their army that flies. It feels really bad. It feels super bad. Because they just fly around and do anything they want and kill whatever they run into, and you just have to stand there and let them do it because you're too slow to do anything about it. Man. Troll hammers don't work. We've got them. They aren't doing anything. Because troll hammers do fire damage, right? And they have 35 fire resist, 35 missile resist, and 8 ward save. And, like, they don't do anything. They don't do anything to him. They don't do anything to him. Like, what do we do? What do we do against an army like this? Just lose the game gradually? I mean, probably. No, that's not fair. After all, because Thoric's in the game, all we have to do is somehow not lose for an extended period of time, and then we can pretend that we did good. I don't get it. I do not see how you're supposed to fight an army like this Chaos Dwarf army. It's like a better army than anything I've ever built, and they're better at it than I am. It's crazy. It's crazy. And of course, that's what I get for fighting manually. Look, this is why I stopped fighting Chaos Dwarves ages ago, right? You just don't play where Chaos Dwarves or Skaven are, And if you do, you auto-resolve everything, and you say the campaign's boring. That's the only thing you can do. Like, literally what is going on there? Like, what if they had 15 Bale Tauruses like that 15 Chem stack? I can't do anything against it. I used to think these late-game dwarf armies were good, but they're not. They're not good. They can't do anything. I don't know. Maybe I should give up.
Win the battle, they will come.
Maybe I should give up.
Does a win count if I'm still alive? Demon Slayer. Never saw Grimnir in a bush. This way by Grumney. Hey up. Walls. Good. Flattening me crest. Out in the open. Demon Slayer. Dishonored. What?
Absolute insanity. And that wasn't even a good army. That wasn't even one of the good armies. Those were crummy armies. If we start over now, then maybe we'll be able to do something with our lives. Malakai can't even move. Malakai can't even move. Oh, we were in ambush stance and now we can't be. Oh well. Yeah, that's super rough. I guess, like, look, you're just supposed to lose the game, right? If you're this bad at it, you're supposed to lose. So I don't know why I'm acting salty. I suck and the game is beating me. The fact that it's Chaos Dwarves just makes it feel much worse because when you play against Chaos Dwarves, you feel like there's nothing you can do. Because there is nothing we can do. However, if we just go in this direction, we can pretend we're doing well.
As long as we walk, let us find our depths. Dishonored.
My kin, the throng of Cadrin welcomes you. Go on then.
Slayer. Killed many, more to come.
Like, if they didn't have army abilities, it would still be too hard to fight them. Because I'm so bad at the game. It's what I get. You know, I play on very hard because I'm delusional. And I think I can do it. And then I have a terrible time because I'm not good enough at the game to play on the difficulty I'm on. And then I wonder why I'm upset. And I wonder why I feel like I can't do anything right. And it's because I'm playing on a difficulty that I'm not good enough for. Like, I suck, and I can't adjust to that truth. Why am I the way I am, right? It is harsh. I can't believe how many armies they have there. It's 7 armies. And I think they get, like, a full army every second whenever they have an intern. I think they actually have, like, 16 global recruitment slots. Because it just seems like they just show up with new armies constantly. I don't understand how it could be possible otherwise. Where are they even getting this stuff? Chaos Dwarves don't recruit everywhere. Like, where are they even getting it? course, they outrange too. Like, they have 500 range on the most broken artillery in the game. It's only okay when I do it.
Maybe add roots for luck. We'll get to that. For a glorious day.
But somehow they just move away. Oh.
Can I help you?
They just move away? Alright. I guess a couple other armies just moved away. Wow! Okay, so I guess wherever they're coming from is down the road there, and they are bringing in a whole bunch of forces there. Well, you know, maybe that's what's happening. Maybe Thoric's doing all right now. I think he's about to have a bad time here, though. So, well, we'll need to press against him, right?
That'll do. Dying hiding is a crap doom. What? There be demons at home. Bane of demons. I'm sorted.
Because Malakai's army isn't good against Chaos Dwarves because Iron Breakers don't do anything. They just die. I mean, they're fine if the infantry make contact, but are they? No, they aren't. Why? Because they'll just die. But the Thanes level up some. And the Master Engineers will get their gyrocopters there too long, and maybe they won't die like the last ones. And Jamek will get Snorri in his army, and then they'll have, you know, some stuff. Normal Thunderers? Maybe. I guess they could work. It's just you get like a third of a volley, and then the Bale Tauruses are already on top of you, and you can't do anything. I honestly, I don't know what to do, because like a whole bunch of Slayers gets shot, infantry gets beat by their superior infantry, range gets beat by their superior range, artillery gets beat by their superior artillery, and if you try to be tactical, you get eaten apart by army abilities that will kill at least 3 units, but probably 5. It's, you know, it's very modern warfare, isn't it? You're sitting there trying to fight, and then you get deleted, and you're like, why is the world the way it is? I was having fun Fighting fair. You know, we have to be the Service of Conclave Legion of Asgore for this. I'm like, where is he even at? He's even further away. I'm like, we don't have to beat Zatan the Black for it. Well, so what? Yeah, absolute nightmare. They must have... Maybe where they're from is like down here or something. But we're about to have a miserable time because all of this is going to go in and move in here. And, you know, we've betrayed our friends by getting them into the war. I am bad and I feel bad. We'll just let that guy do whatever he's doing because... Pierre's here.
I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Yes. Welcome to my throng. Aye.
Yeah, we're about to have a terrible time when these guys show up. But, you know. At least Malakai's going to be down here in a couple turns. We should have done it ages ago. Oh, if we... If we go right here, we'll be within the sphere of the spirit of Grungi.
This way by Grungi. I what?
Well, it won't give them access. It will. They get access to the army ability even when you're not in the stance. Okay. Sweet. Didn't realize that. Very good. Alright, so we'll have the Spirit of Grungi summon here. Alright, now we can hold. Because Malakai's army, of course, Gotrek, Felix, Ulrika, they can fight a lot of Chaos Dwarf stuff, but, like, eventually they'll probably die. I don't know. I'm really afraid of their armies. I'm more afraid of Chaos Dwarves than I am of Skaven, because Chaos Dwarf army abilities are in all of their armies, it feels like. And Skaven, it's just like Ick at Claw, and you gotta worry about the nuke, but if the nuke is gone, it's whatever. But, like, Chaos Dwarves, from now to the beginning of time, are gonna be a huge headache. But, hey, maybe I'll learn to play by the end of the campaign, or just complain a lot. Find out which on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Because how do we make them land, right? It's the Dakala problem all over again. If the enemy is significantly faster than you and better at fighting than any individual infantry unit is, how do you make them fight your heroes that are capable of fighting them? And if you can't, have you just lost the campaign? I mean, I don't think so. Just because we're in such a good macro position, we can afford to be as bad as we are. Because with the hold sealed and an army in it, that'll give us an auto over most things. So I can just pretend like I didn't know I would lose the game if I didn't auto-resolve because of how bad I am. I mean, we would have lost this campaign a couple times over, right? If we would have had to fight all of the battles. There were certainly a couple auto-resolves I never would have won. Ever. Dakala with stock, because auto-resolve doesn't care if your army has stock, right? It doesn't care about things like regeneration. It doesn't care about, you know, a lot of aspects. Because really, faction-wide stock against dwarves means you get to win. Because what are they going to do? Get hit by you when you have 130 speed? Yes.
Chasm, chasm, chasm. Ah! Come with me if you want to die.
But we're just going to keep on pushing in and bashing on Sayl's forces and probably not fighting too many of them manually because I am totally over fighting Norska. But, you know, this is, you know, as good of a time as I'm having thinking about the campaign, playing it sure is miserable.
Warmourner. Do not rush the Warmourner. Explosives expert. To doom, then. Slayer. What? Doom chaser.
I'm like, well, they don't know we're here, so do we just...
Dishonored. Keep your axes close. Death beckon.
Yeah, because then we pop both of those armies.
Fight, die, revolution. Flattening me crest. What? Never saw Grimnir in a bush. Doom comes when it does. I'm Grimnir. It's me. All I have, man.
And then, you know, that's more of them gone.
Back to us. Follow me, lads. Go on.
If we had stock for them, it'd be one thing, but we can't bring them without it. Slayer pirates? Nope, just slayers.
Slayer. Dishonored. Bane of demons. For my oath.
Master engineers get their stuff. Thane gets guardian of the gates.
To doom, then. Death Seeker. Foolish thing, no.
And again, we just, like, don't care about that dude at all.
Demons. But there are... Die, glorious! Everything was dwarven once. This is it. No, not possible. I do not need my...
Alright, so...
More for the axe.
You come to us.
Alright, they've got one place left. Where do we think it is? Because it could be, like, up here. Because now, with Sayl being pushed back that far, Okri can go over here, maybe. Because, again, we have vision over all of this now, due to Ungrim. I mean, I think you usually have vision over your land. Sometimes it feels like you don't. Alright, we have an absolute ton of Oath Gold. This Gatekeeper's Hammer. We're just going to get a few of these, right? Because this is what I want on my heroes. I want to be able to freeze things down into place. So if we can make them fight, you know, yeah, we'll get Loon 1.
Not bad.
He's already got one. We'll get Morgrim 1.
If it speeds me doom, I'm for it.
I'm just saying, because with a lot of Frostbite and then the Chilling Aura, right, he hits a thing that's -30. They're around that's -30. That'll, you know, if we get into the front, maybe that's the key too, right? We gotta lean into the Oath Gold stuff. You know, that's where our real power is, after all. We are the point in the edge and all that. And he'll get the old gate. He'll have the Gatekeeper set. You know, the helm and the hammer. He'll be the guardian of the guys. We get 500 Oath Gold a turn, so it's a great item every turn now. Not quite broke, not quite rich. Of course, we're gonna lose a bunch there. That army's gonna be fine. Tons of Slayers. Yeah, you know, we'll just figure out where the Skaven are from whenever they run to it, and if they try to go up here, then we'll fight them there. But it might be over one, like one of the ports over there on the Vale or something. Oh, well, the Skull Taker War has happened. So this is ugly, of course. Because Thoric is about to be fighting all the Chaos Dwarfs too. Exiles of Kadron off to retake the realms. Yes. All right. So hey, we catch the. Dude, it's like they caught us. You know. Obviously, the auto gives it to us. If we did this fight, how badly would we get shot up? Right. Let's do it. We'll win anyway. I need to practice. We'll win anyway, because we've got a backup army. I need to practice. We're in friendly land. We'll be fine. This is the best of their armies that's here. We need to practice. If we can't figure out a way to crack them on a 2v1, then we need to hang up our hats, right? Because they'll come from here and be able to set up right here. So if we just set up here, then they'll be able to Overwatch fire in as well. That guy's still on foot.
For the Karaz Ankor! Gyrocopter!
Oh, we left the flame cannon here. Well, that's bad. Let's run it over this way. Slowly and deliberately. Wow, look at that. I mean, just look at that. Insanity. Because, like, I feel like you just die if you ever try to do this. But, you know, I did want to see what it would look like. You know, that army ability gets a ton of work in. But, yeah, look at that. That's just... I mean, maybe... Yeah, like, just absolute madness, right? Like, I guess, like, the only way to do it is to make all the ammo go away. You can't possibly close the distance. You can't. No one could. Yeah, like, look at that. Look at that. The only thing you can do is run away from them. Absolute insanity. Yeah, maybe we should just end the campaign. If we're literally never going to be able to fight against an enemy again because we can't beat an army, and we can't beat this army. Like, this is crazy. It is insane how much 4 of them can do. They could kill my whole crew before we do anything. Absolute madness. Like, do we send the Slayers out there at them? But they'll just get caught in the middle, right? Because we could, what, Spirit of Grungi on top of them? Is that even going to help? You know, I guess the Grungi does help. And if we sit here... Okay, so they'll start... If we summon an airship over top of them, they'll shoot their own guys with artillery. So that's how to do it. I mean, this Slayer is at least fighting a Beltaurus. Good for them. The Grungi does manage to get a lot of work done here. Of course, eating a million shots from the Fire Glaives. But, you know, Grungi only has 15 missile resist. Okay, so I guess the Skaven thing never happened and the game hiccuped. Did we not save after we did the battle? It's possible that we didn't save after we did the battle. Yeah, so if we have 40 units for every 20 they have, we can totally win. But if we don't, I don't see... Because, like, look at that. You can do 10,000 damage, and they still keep on firing, obviously. Obviously they do. Yeah, just terrible. I hate Chaos Dwarves. I hate fighting them. They're worse than Skaven, right? Because Skaven don't have these... Skaven have summons, and that's very annoying. Okay, which is worse? Maybe Skaven are worse than Chaos Dwarves, and I'm being unfair. I hate both of them. They both are the worst. Look, if neither of those factions were ever put in the game, it would suck because they're fun to play, but everybody'd be happier when they played. Frustrated is, gotta remember, we're fighting army after army with their Thunderbirds equivalent. It is hard to remember that, because it feels like it's a very normal thing for them to have 4 trains with mortars, because they seem to always have them. You know, we need more heroes, though, right? That is what we're seeing here, is that, you know, if we just had like 10 Dragon Slayers, that is an answer. Because then we can just run up to their artillery and punch them, and anybody that wants to fight us, we can punch. So, you know, Hero Ball is the answer? I mean, maybe. Lots of Slayers are obviously good, too. I mean, look, we could have taken the auto. I'm glad we did the fight, because it's showing us what we have to do in order to show up against a force like this. This Sorcerer Prophet is level 19, though, so that is great. We're going to be able to pop him. And hopefully he won't... Oh, this is Tecton Deepbrow. We know this guy. We fought him before. So, you know, hopefully we'll get him right before Immortality. And, like just... Why do they even get to do that? It's outrageous. Oh, the Skullcracker is unbreakable. Okay, get in there on him. We just don't want these trains to get away, so we're popping them. This one's unbreakable, of course, but we're just going to shoot that one up and pop this one as they go. Lone Thunderstone breaking down the mortar. Because obviously, if we can get on them with a big hero, we can crack them, you know, but how do you get there? That is the puzzle. Look, I'm glad we did it. It's just, it's so frustrating because, like, what's even going on, right? But, you know, end-game armies. At least this dude, you know, because that other army with, like, a level almost 50 guy, like, that's crazy, too. But, you know. Stock armor? I guess. I guess you could get, like, the stock armor on like a crew of like 4 dudes and try to send them out in there, because that gives them Vanguard as well, right? So yeah, you know, maybe that is the key.
Fight, die, revel.
Yeah, and then they come in at us, nobody knows why.
Let us find our deaths. Come with me if you want to die.
And just like that, we have done nothing. No, it's look, that's progress. That was a whole ton of Dawi-Zharr armies that aren't there anymore. And now we're going to be able to move in, take that gate pass sort of area, not gate pass, but mountain pass area. And we're going to be able to start pushing back. He's going to start taking severe losses, and we're going to be able to turn some of these lands into Deep's ere too long. Since we've got 3 armies in the neighborhood plus Malakai, then, you know, it's not as much of a proposition of potential failure as it could otherwise have been. I guess if I was fighting late game dwarves and they had 4 thunder barges, I'd be screaming too. Especially if they had 70% missile resist. I don't fight dwarves in the end game either, man.
I'm listening. For now, at least.
Like, why are you even sending me this letter, Sayl? You know ain't nothing happening. The thing with Skulltaker is he's absolutely insane, but... Oh yeah, they're gonna start killing all of my heroes. That's the other thing. You can't use heroes against them because they'll kill them.
Quickly. Chasm. Ah. Demon Slayer. Died hiding is a crap doom.
Yeah, because now, you know, this dude's coming up, but now that's all of the great armies that were already up here. But a lot more vulnerable to armor coming through. Indeed. Because Skulltaker, as terrible as he is, you know, if we just get 30 seconds to shoot him with stuff, well, that's it. And he can hardly do stuff to us from far away. I'm just going to move in there. We need to get rid of his force in this temple just so we can't spin up an army here. But I hardly have anyone to spin in that direction. We'll go in there. We'll sweep up this way with him. Maybe? I don't know.
What? Casting the runes. Demon Slayer. Be inspired by a Slayer, Dawi. Keep your axes close.
Yeah, we're, you know, things are about to change. And for the better here. Because that's the last time the Chaos Dwarves are going to get this far north, right? There's all these issues over here, and they are considerable. Ooh, oh boy. I guess we know what's going on over there. Well, the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming. Why can't we see a neighbor that's not called Scarbrand emerge? Why can't Boris Ursus have 40 settlements? He's got 0 instead.
I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Fine.
Every turn he takes 50 his army north to south. Isn't it? Yeah. For sure. Yeah, because, well, like, we're about to have Malakai's army going, and as nervous as I am about blah, 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 Malakai's army isn't going to lose to a 4 train stack. I'll just send Gotrek and Felix to go and punch it, and it'll work. Right? Right. You know, we've got regrowth in that stack. Gotrek and Felix, and like, it takes a lot of killing to get through a dwarf army with regrowth. Oh yeah, the Thane will protect us from harm too. In the army.
Follow at your peril. What? Perfect.
Perfect.
Engineer.
Alright, well. Things sure are going. No, assuming we can get rid of Skulltaker pretty quick here, and hopefully that's the case. I mean, in these lands, obviously inside there is where he is, but we can just, like, hang out over here. Fight him forever.
Death Seeker. Queen of demons.
Or Sigi, where's comes? Yeah. These guys are marching up the road at Thoric. Thoric, though, is just going in, right? He's like, you know what would be fun? Let's just keep on going into the city. Because it looks like these slaves of Zharr here, that they have these northern districts, right? All through here. And so, you know, maybe he just has, like, this land and then, like, some of this and then all of this, so we're gonna... Maybe we'll cut him off. No, this is a lot of land to cut him off from, but... You know, if we get this crater, there's this whole area that we're going to have visibility on, and that'll help. That'll help a lot. And then, you know, honestly, Malakai's probably just going to dive it.
To doom, then.
Because the Demons of Chaos, you know, we got them scared, you know, they're just hanging out there. It's not great. I don't love that they're there. We don't really have a solution for them, but, you know, the Chaos Dwarves are a bigger problem. This guy walks right into the ambushing force.
Stop till you're dead.
He's like, look, we were sent to get the temple. Like, what happened to Reichland? I guess Reichland's probably pretty far from where Skarbrand is there in the north of Kislev. Skarbrand just, like, whipped up on North Norska and North Kislev? North Kislev. I think Kislev's mostly toast. North Kislev, you know, as opposed to Kislev. No, that's a fairly corner game. Yeah, they're not so bad. It's really just a matter of you have to tell yourself and you have to remember that Scarbrand will rampage everything. So if you don't kill him before he gets to you, then your whole line collapses. So, you know, if you just meet him in the middle, he'll do 1,400 damage to somebody, and then you can hit him with a bunch of stuff. And obviously, like, a whole lot of organ guns just deletes Khorne. They'll murder a bloodthirster, and then, you know, fast Khorne stuff isn't quite fast enough to get there most of the time. That guy gets a talisman of preservation just for existing. Love that.
Follow at your peril. Your doom will be quicker than mine. Out in the open. Flattening me crest. Fight! Maintenance! That's key. Doom chaser. I what? Death seeker.
Because we can push Malakai aggressively, push these guys less aggressively into the mountains.
Feels grand.
Go up here, and then of course we'll have Molder for neighbors. We're at war with them, right? Yeah, we're at war with everybody.
Yes. And what can the Dawi do for you on this fine day? All right.
Tyrant, carve and grow in charge.
Grimgor with 3 settlements. Poor little guy. After fighting the Chaos Dwarfs for a while, we're gonna long for the days of fighting Grimgor. Yeah, so these armies are having an absolute rampage, which is to be expected. They're not all bonkers armies probably, but at least 2 of them probably are, and certainly a level 40, you know, sorcerer of metal, I think he is, you know, but it's rough stuff, but we're working on it. Gorth the Cruel, I guess, is constantly... He's fighting these ogres, so despite the fact that they normally don't do much, he is actually getting his army beat up and walking around, so that's funny. Yeah, Malakai, we'll just dive. We'll just dive because Malakai's army, if it can't win, then nobody can, right?
Snow walls, you bane of demons. Come with. Dying hiding is a crap doom. Mad to follow a slayer. Caragrin, son of you will respect your war order. Doom comes when it does.
Alright, so we've got a ton of hiking decrees. It's just a matter of a safe place. Alright, so this guy is moving in here. I mean, we win that auto, but we're just gonna go away with Okri real quick. We'll be able to get home in time, if home is indeed called for. That guy would help. There, we're just going to...
Quickest way through is down. Moving exposed.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink, I suppose.
The exiles of Kadrin, here in the north, doing wonderfully. Meeting expectations.
Let's find our depths. Take it for the High King. Follow it.
And of course, crucially, we are laying a beat down on Sayl. Now, none of the places we've gone into were valuable to him, apparently, but he's got to be making some money somewhere. Oh yeah, look at this fort. You know, this is definitely a place he doesn't want to lose. Even if he's not making that much money, you know, all of the recruitment and all, you know, we just got to find all of his major settlements and get rid of them. Should be easy, right? But, you know, I have an okay feeling now. Man, when I saw those 7 Chaos Dwarf armies here, I felt sick. I didn't know what we were going to do. But it's alright. What we're going to do is split them up, fight them, even fight their scariest one in a fair fight. Fair fight. Look, every fight is fair if I'm in it. And if we protect the other flank of Stankia, then she can go and maybe deal with the demons or whatever. You know, because that was so many armies. But, you know, you get the one with the bolt throwers. You know, you've got your lightning strikes. You split them up a little bit and then, you know, envelop them. And then they're more scared. You know, the pressure worked. His pressure on us got Malakai to come down, and like 4 times the size of land is turn 100 something. Yeah, you know, it is turn 100 something. And he's a Chaos Dwarf that was allowed to run rampant with secure borders on a lot of his fronts. It's no wonder things are so bad. You know, they accumulate their resources over time, so then they get to push up their weapon caps. So, you know, now they can support 15 trains in their armies, you know. I let it happen. I was fighting in the Chaos Waste forever. I mean, what if I let Dakala get 60 settlements, you know? Be running around with like 90% ward save. I'm like, and again, I'm just, look, I don't feel like fighting that many Chimera. I just don't. I fought like my 10 against Norska battles, right? I'm over it. Ooh, the old Sky Titan string for the shield breaker. Don't mind if I do.
If he wants it done right.
Alright, and we put all of the ancillaries on people again. So it looks like they're actually having a pretty bad time just trying to figure out what to do with themselves. Hate that for them.
A bold strategy. Dishonored.
Because now we're seeing, you know, they're quite on the back foot relative to us. We're about to roll. Maybe.
No, Greece. Never wrong. To battle!
I suppose so.
Slayer, who's mad enough to follow me? My throng seeks only death.
And we'll just wait a turn there for him to get his Slayers back.
More for me, axe. Let's be at chasm, chasm, chasm. Ah! I am no good at Death Seeker.
Because if we get over here, then we can jump in here, start popping the Skaven, giving Mother Estancia this land, and then, you know, gradually, maybe even trade some. Nah, the AI hates to trade a settlement. Obviously, Karak Vlag at tier 5 isn't something she's going to give up willingly. It is something that will get out of her some way or another.
Is order. Slayer.
Revenue positive 5k. And we're seeing, too, that if you have just, like, a trade building, right, you're going to be able to get as much out of the deeps in value as you will out of, like, a major settlement. So if we can get one set up in, like, Stormvrak, that would be excellent, but I'm not putting a deep somewhere where I don't know if we're going to be able to hold on to it. But here, when we take Karak Peak, we are absolutely going to put one in there, and in Karaz Ankor as well, you know, because that's part of the Karaz Ankor proper, obviously. You can tell by the way they're named. And maybe go all the way down and take Karak Kadrin, because this would be nice, you know. You get upkeep reduction everywhere. You know, you get more Slayers. That's always nice. Belagar has been defeated, and so we can't. For some reason, it's saying, I don't know. It's saying that we can't do it even though we can. Maybe he just died, and so he's not in the pool yet because he hasn't, like, you know. Well, Gromby's also perished. This is actually fine for us, you know, because now we're going to be able to get legendary lords into these armies. So Morgrim Dringer, you know, probably going to turn into Gromby, right?
More means to kill.
And what a good time in the campaign for it. Grombrindle, the Great White Dwarf, will join us. The ancestral throng is with us.
Yes, yes.
You know, I think what we're going to do, though, is recruit him somewhere else and respec him real quick. Because it's impossible that I'm going... Yeah, he doesn't even have Rouse the Engineers. Look at that. If you're not going to give the ammo to the War Machine units and the missile strength, what are you doing? You're not taking master... Like, you... What? Anyway. It's going to be alright. AP damage when defending. Yeah, you know, it's very nice stuff all around. Yeah, he... What? What is this blue line? What is this blue line from the past? Lightning Strike as the cap on it. Ooh. Faction... Oh. His blue line... You know, I haven't played Grumpy. His blue line is for everybody, and that's why it's weird. Recruitment cost by -15 faction-wide bonkers. Movement 15. Dude, this is sick. Now, of course, we are going to have to respec him, though. But all of those abilities are super good. This is why other settlements are on. An hour need like 10 hours to go. It was never late. You know, we could have gotten him earlier. I wanted to wait until, you know, he'd been knocked out. And I still think that was right. And now, you know, now it's going to be time. I mean, imagine if Gromby had been here at Dark Citadel, we would have been much more confident. Grombrindle is a raid boss in a fight. He's got huge AP damage, huge armor. He hits. He's got amazing animations. Gromby is a scary, scary dude. And crucially, of course, anywhere we put him is going to turn an army into a very good army. And getting +10 defense when you're defending turns regular encounters into pretty interesting ones. And we're just leveling up all of these guys because they've got a bunch of room to go. Slayer those. Ancestral Grudge should give you weapon strength against the Dawi-Zharr as well as the greenskins, in my opinion. Lone Thunderstone finally gets to go down yellow line, which is going to be wonderful for him. He's already very punchy, of course, but he'll get even punchier. Thane, give him the missile resist. It's pretty important against the sort of foes we're facing. Alright. Good stuff. Grombrindle arrives precisely when he means to. We're going to be able to just dive in. Maybe dive here just because we'd be able to come back over there and we sort of know where they're at. But I would like to get this crater. It has a ton of grudges, right, attached to it, so that would be nice. But also because it dominates this entire landscape. And it looks like, you know, it's cursed to be a minor settlement, of course, but still, having all of that there, you put up a little crummy wall, you put up, like, a red line building, and a, you know, a little, like, Slayer building or a cannon building, and then suddenly you have this big place where you can recruit a lot to help out. Well, cast a boulder red. You know, we can't see these armies, which is too bad. We can figure that they're pretty strong, but the thing is that our allies are in here, you know, and dwarves have their own strengths.
What?
These are very modern armies for Thoric Ironbrow, right? Thunder barges and cannons, you know. It just goes to show that he can appreciate, you know, innovation sometimes. Darklands are mostly like that with the weird buildings. Cool. Or the weird sizes, depending. I love this crater, though. It's such a massive thing, and, you know, a very crucial way to get in. And then, depending on what we do, we might just send Malakai right for the heart, right? Snatch it away from them. Build the deeps there. Whatever you get as the unique one, just start to learn what it is. We're going to be able to get Belegar ere too long, especially if we start settling some more grudges, so that'll be very exciting. Now that I have a general... I'm like, we move him 3 feet. Now that I have a general plan for dealing with the Chaos Dwarves, and that if we just bring, like, 8 cannons and 2 armies, we'll probably be fine. Plague, what kind? Nurgle. Old Bowel Steep, a pretty meh plague, right? You hardly care about it. But at least, like, these people aren't getting anywhere, you know. They're just hanging out here and annoying me, but they're not making any progress for the faction. You know, they're not getting levels, they're not getting post-battle loot, they're not making offerings to the gods. They're just sitting around and having 10 Furies summons. 10, count them, 10. It's too many. Too many. I wish I could get single-turn recruitment for Doomseekers and Giant Slayers. I wish I could get it globally, and then... That's right, he's got all sorts of good, unique things. Oh, Archie is here. Well... you know, it was only a matter of time until he showed back up again. Oh, right. And then every time he takes this, because this is a dark fortress attached to that Norscan tribe, he brings them back. I would have thought Ungrim would have, like, a faction effect for it, but I haven't played Ungrim's faction since 1. I remember, I didn't really understand Slayers, and I just hated playing as him. He also had a start where the Slayers weren't that useful. You know, like you wanted things that he wasn't good at when you started. But also I was bad. And you know, Dragon Slayers didn't exist then. It was a very different game. And this is where all of our injured guys have ended up. Well, I guess, you know, being in character is hardly the worst, but yeah, we got to get up here right now. Bjarni, Okri Burnbright, you know, he'll get home in time, barely. You know, in time to lose Karagolg again. You know, why don't we just... Old or Get Gold, that's a fun name. We can put... Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy must have... I was like, 38? This guy must have been in the other faction. Yes, because I would never build a guy like this. Well, we'll just have him here over the intern. And respec him in a bit. I guess we could just go up this direction with this army. Yeah, you know, why not? Because I think the Scavenger here, maybe? Because they have one settlement. I'm not sure where it's at, though. So we just need to find it, and that'll help. This guy's getting his. Sayl the Faithless is on his way to us, but of course, what do we care? We'll just...
Quickest way through is down. My oath allows it.
My kin, the throng of Cadrin welcomes you.
It's like, he really wants this. Plus 192. Of course, he doesn't have any money. That's okay. It's no surprise he doesn't have money. All of his stuff is red line.
My kin, the throng of Cadrin welcomes you. Yes.
And Slayer Pirates. Yeah, you know, and Slayer Pirates would have been very solid for the beginning there, because, like... because he would have at least buffed them. And, you know, discounted stuff for Slayers. I feel like the landmark used to be, like... you know, not as good as... oh, hey, it actually... maybe they try to get from where they were from, you know. I don't know.
It's me. We'll get to that. The ancestors agree. Bane of demons. Hurry up. Die, glory.
We'll grab Bone Stash here.
This is it. Doom Chaser. This way, by
Because, like, I really think they don't have anything up here. Like, they were about to get... yeah. Man, just craziness. Oh, that's what it is. The top line level 5 thing gives them -3 turns for global recruitment. Now I remember. You know, they probably do have like 18 global slots and single turn recruitment when they have that building, but they won't always have that building. Yeah, we'll just go in here because we're gonna cut them off here. They've got one army here. No matter what it is, we don't have to worry about it that much. We have 2 armies up there. And we know it's going to be annoying for him to make the distance, because the AI will not move super long distances in Underway, right? They won't calculate, I can move in the Underway from here to here in 4 turns. They'll be like, it's going to take 8 turns to do that, I'll go somewhere else. That is the hope. Obviously, they are... the Warhost of Zharr is absolutely demolishing Thoric's incursion here. But Thoric's still got some armies involved. And we're about to be there to help, you know. Malakai is not stopping until we get there. Can't stop, won't stop.
The past is the past. To doom, then. Dragon's Bane. What?
The throng is mustered.
Oh, these weren't people that got wounded. These are guys that came from his faction. That's why they're such high levels. Alright, so the Thane is not broken. We don't have to fix him. I imagine the Rune Lord will be fine. Well, he isn't, though. No, we'll, the Rune Smith. Yeah, by the time he gets to 50, he'll be able to get scouting. And the Dragon Slayer took Follower Grimner. Yeah, this is all fine. Yeah, doesn't need to respect. You know, there's only so many points, so it's all good. Alright, wonderful.
The best be dragons. What? Slayer.
So when we do grab Belegar, that lets us know that we will get his guys. And of course, every turn we pass is a little bit more money in the bank anyway. We're making decent money off of the buildings, but really it's the deeps. It doesn't say it's from the deeps, but it is though. We'll do that one to get more Oath Gold there. Here, we're just going to build up the port a little bit. Eventually, we might deep sit, right? If we get much safer in this direction. Like, because these guys... This isn't that scary of a set, right? 10 Furies is annoying. This army is very punchy. You know, we've got Storian Garagorm on the ground and then a ton of Slayers. And when you have a ton of Slayers, it's different than that other battle we had with all the Gyros. The Slayers won't run. The Slayers will brawl. The Slayers will have a party. The Slayers don't have armor, so they'll die. But it's a lot easier for your big guys to get the damage in when they've got a little bit of sauce protecting them. We're gonna grab the armor of Alaric here. Who do we give it to? Well, it's time for Gotrek to wear some armor. Taking him up to a very respectable ward save amount. And he'll take a dwarf bride. Gotrek will get married. Not really. It's a figure of speech.
What?
He's like, what? You know, he's down to 45 now. And down to strength rank 5 from 2. So we are, you know, turning the screws on him. Looks like Ungrim's got the same idea we do about taking care of this. We are going to crater the Chaos Undivided corruption, right? With our presence. Very good. Because once we split the Warhost of Dwarf off of the front, we're going to be able to sweep down here. Now, there's Skaven there, and it's Throt, so it's going to be Monster Mash Skaven mainly. But, of course, with Skaven Spice. After dealing with Chaos Dwarves, I can't imagine that I'm going to get too outraged by Skaven, though. Even if it's 17 Brood Horrors, I mean, this is not as bad as 17 Kadai Destroyers, right? No, we haven't faced a stack like that. And hopefully we won't have to. But for all that the Warhost of Dwarf is vast and very scary, we're going to start carving them up. Malakai's there, and although I abstractly am scared of Chaos Dwarf armies, Malakai's army isn't. He's fine. He'll be okay. Like we've got Max, right? We've got regrowth. Ulrika is super good. And the thing about Ulrika plus Gotrek plus Felix is Ulrika is a wizard, so things will drop out of the sky to try to kill her, and then it won't work, and then Gotrek and Felix will punch him in the face with justice. It's very nice. Slayer Pirates need like unending ammunition. If they're out of melee, they need a thing where they make their own ammo, right? Where they do their reloading. They just need that. In the tech tree, even, you know, like at the bottom of it. Because 6 ammo is not enough ammo for a unit like that, right? It's, they need to be able to get more ammo by themselves over the course of a long fight. Or the Shumao in melee. Or, you know, or even a thing that recharges their ammo, you know, like a 60-second... passive augment where you fight in melee for a minute and then you get, you know, some ammo back, anything like that. Yeah, or like, you know, the motorcycle acorn, you know, where you get your ammo for being in melee for your unit, like anything like that. I think would make Slayer Pirates a lot more usable. Because again, like And how does that make sense? Well, you know, because they'll be reloading their stuff. You know, they've got a bag of powder and stuff. Obviously, no one's going into war with only 6 bullets and no ability to make more. You know, let them load up the 6-shooter. This is such a huge expanse, but, you know... Oh, look at that. Ungrim's coming in. Of course, he... Skulltaker, though... Yeesh, you know, we're gonna have to... We're probably gonna have to send an army or two up there semi-permanently to deal with it. Otherwise, he's going to roll through the waste here. We don't have to do it right now, though.
Dragon's blood makes you invincible? Nonsense.
I answer to clan and hold.
Bane of demons. Doom's this way. Hey up. Doom may lie below.
Yeah, because he'll take that one, and then we can send Morgrim up, and we'll just go...
But the armor's heavy.
down this way here.
Ekwazak. Doom chaser. There be demons, I hope.
Counsel is to you disappointing.
Follow at your peril.
And we're about to be entirely research capped, but, you know, we've got a very good research rate at 390. That's crazy, right? Of course, there's various ways to improve it. Hero trait, probably the #1 way that we've got, right?
My clan.
Like, both of these armies don't even have a runesmith, and they do very much need one. We can't recruit one anywhere close, though. We'll have to just build a building over here. A runesmith in every army is good, because rune magic, you know, well, it's not magic. Runecraft, very good, you know, just to have access to. And then some of their passives, you know, with giving, you know, 10% spell resist to the army is just very useful. Hergar Hasselfriesian doesn't quite get all the way up there. Because even if Slayer Pirates had like 18 ammo, would they be too good? No. No. You can give them 18 ammo and a shield and they still wouldn't be too good.
Solid gold.
Yeah, but I guess the real thing here is we're just looking for, you know, those level 5 settlements so that we can cut the head off of them, because for every one of them that we knock down, you know, it's a little easier to do stuff in the future. And Karat Gold gets burned down by Archie. But we might be able to reach him with Okri's army here, since we took the little ambush thing. That's rank of indeed, you know, because once we... If they're already at 5, we get them, you know, it's 4. Hogger Ironforge pops Sayl there. Because again, if Sayl had just, like, gone away and leave me alone... And once more, Caragdoom, the old Mountain of Doom, gets burned up again. You hear the hurricanes? Yeah. Eventually, we're going to be able to do something there. Yeah, because we get it and we can immediately go tier 5. And this is Karaz Ankor. We have done it! What have we done, you might ask? We have gotten the Dwarf-hold. An ancestral Karaz. And very proud we are indeed. And we'll be able to put a deep sup in just a couple of turns, and that's like that's what we'll do, right? We're just gonna push it. Do we move Gromby here, or... Yeah, so Archie's not going to be able to get away here. They do let one single guy run away with the flying monster. They called the ROR Morcar Blood Reaper. But we do get, you know, a nice trait there for the defeat of Archie. Let's make him go home, shall we?
Yes. Setting off.
By the king's command.
Something over there. Keep your axes close.
Oh, we can't quite get there, I see. Well, if they move here, then we'll figure that the Skaven are here. But you know, we're gonna narrow it down.
What? All that rock above feels grand. Out with the yoke.
Welcome to my throne.
They up. Slayer, my doom may lie below. Disorder.
It's such a wider view of the map than we've been taking for quite some time. Okay, so at a minor settlement, you can get Master Engineer Cap, just like you can get... Just like you can get Hero Cap it for the Thane, but... I mean, yeah, clearly the way to go, right?
By Grundy, it's me! A Thurman breaking
You know, and if he takes the crater, that's just fine. So we will come in here onto the Ed Crumpa hold. Alright, well, I'm going to take a short break. What are we going to be up against? How many Droidquake batteries? Just one. And then we'll do this fight. Obviously, we could do the auto, but I want to do it. And, you know, it's a settlement battle. It's a field battle, so that'll be incredibly engaging. We'll just throw Gotrek and Felix, you know, at them and see what we can do. Because they're faster than we are, right? So if they just waddle away from Gotrek and Felix, we wouldn't even be able to catch the mortars. But the thing is between our missile and physical resist, like, they don't have magic attacks. Yeah, they have melee magic attacks for the Iron Sworn, but not ranged magic attacks, right? Because that's... If you give a unit in a... Ooh, yeah, the Fireglaves do have magic attacks, though. And okay, so these are guys that are juiced. Oh yeah, so he's using all these abilities. Okay, so his Fireglaves are getting his armaments, right? So they have magic attacks and suppression. Magic attack suppression from Fireglaves is very scary. So we won't be able to rely on the physical resist there, but you know, decent ward save and missile resist, that'll still happen. And it is fire type damage, and we do have fire resist, so that is good too. Alright, well, I'm just going to take a short break. 19 Master Engineers. That would make me just as upset as 19 gyrocopters, wouldn't it? I like 2 or 3 Master Engineers in an army. Because for every Master Engineer, we just don't use a gyrocopter unit, and I like that. Look, gyros are really good sometimes, but they don't do any work against who we're fighting now. It's higher missile strength than I remember them having, though. It is funny, but anyway, I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a short break, grab a Mountain Dew, and we will return for more of this. It's already been 3 hours. Ugh. Not fully worth it unless it's corn, yeah. I mean, I guess, too, if you were fighting, like vampires, where they would have some air force, but you would be able to reliably know that the bulk of their scary stuff wouldn't be in the air. You know, ooh, it's Vlad, let's shoot him. You know, that kind of thing. But anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, alright. Siege vehicles are not available for this battle. Battle of Ed Krumpa Old. They don't apostrophize the hold. Alright, so the good news is they've got this forest here. So we will run Godric and Felix up into the middle of the forest. That's what we're gonna do. I don't know if it's gonna work. Do we want to send Ulrika with him? I mean, yeah, probably. Do we want to send Max with him? He's much more vulnerable than the rest of them are. Alright, let's get to it. Now, Ulrika is going to be in considerably more danger than the little guys here. We're going to go for the Death Shriek first. Try to blob around it. Of course, Ulrika is much more mobile than all these fools are. Much, much more mobile than all these fools are. Yeah, so the good news is they're trying to fight Ulrika here, which means, so what you have to do, all right, now we're seeing it. We're silenced. That's not very good. The Lamasu's around. So what we got to do is just dive, right? Because if you dive them, then Infernal Guard Fire Glades. Well, they are anti-large. Let's get Ulrika out of there, shall we? Because if you dive, then their artillery might shoot their own people. Like, fight it. Just fight it. Like, why can't I not? This is very annoying. We're just getting killed and we can't even hit it. Alright, so it's just murdering us. We are literally stuck. It won't let us hit it, and it is beating us down. Of course, in other good news, they have deleted most of our Iron Breakers from playoff contention. However, things that aren't so good for them, because Ulrika's not that beat up, and this Lamasu's is going to give me an aneurysm. I hate flying creatures so bad. It's only okay when I do it. Ironsworn can't, like, shoot the sky. I don't think they can throw blasting charges in the air anyway. We're just going to drop the Grungian right there. And of course, these guys aren't doing anything anymore. I am so mad at this game for the way that flying units work. Because, like, they'll just, like, walk away from you. And you're like, alright, guess I'll let them leave. The thing is, though, is that now Gotrek and Felix aren't anywhere around where this fight's going to be. Which is the problem with this. Fortunately, the Grungi is having a party here. The Wolf Riders catch our Slayers in the woods. Smart for them. The Grungi's about to fly away. That's alright. These guys aren't doing anything. The little Centaur Renders have caught our guys. Well, I guess, you know, Ulrika can just shoot at them. You know, it's not as nice as being able to do something about it, though. Because, you know, if these Iron Breakers in Gold Shield mode, you know, they can absorb a very large amount of missile fire. 25 missile resist, 15 fizz resist, fire resist on top of it, you know, a huge amount. It's just a matter of being able to sit still with our army without getting it murdered by their artillery. But that's just what we've got to figure out, right? And this Gotrek and Felix bomb might be the way, because what can they do against Gotrek and Felix bomb? I mean, they can hurt Ulrika, but they can't hurt Gotrek and Felix. Not really. I mean, they might be able to, but I'll be surprised whenever it happens and be like, I didn't know they could do that. But yeah, I guess that's the way, right? You hero bomb their artillery because you can't meet them at range. There we get hit with some army ability that did, you know, a huge amount of damage. What are you gonna do, right? We're gonna win! Yeah, so that's how to do it. That is how it's done. You just dive on their artillery and force them away from you and then shoot them up, I guess. How do they have 600 range? Okay, so when did my cannons get dig in? I think the game bugged. So we have dig in on our cannons now, at least in Malakai's army. I don't think this is an ability we're supposed to have. I think what happened is whatever Grungi ability we were supposed to get from the Skaven thing hiccuped, and now we have dig in on cannons. This has happened to me in my past Malakai campaign. But none of the adventure rewards say you're supposed to get dig in for cannons. And to the best of my knowledge, Malakai doesn't have it in his tree. I don't think so, Luke. I'll look again. Because 600 range on a cannon is solving every problem we have. But how do we get it, right? Not from him. He doesn't give range. Does Malakai? No, he wouldn't give him dig in. That's just like, you know, artillery and all that. we'd remember if it was in his tree. So, mission rewards, right? It doesn't say dig in anywhere. Nowhere. Dig in for flame cannons, not cannons. Dig in for organ guns, not cannons. Oh, we don't have the Grungurus there, but yeah, so we're supposed to... Yeah, we're not supposed to have it. It's not in the tech tree, because if it were, you know, you get immune to flanking. Yeah, if it were, we would all know, because dig in. If you could get 600 ranged cannons normally, you would know about it. But I am just going to take it. We have dig in now. Sometimes they do that. And now, do our other armies have it? No. See? Something happened. Something hiccuped in here, because these don't give it to you. Yeah. It's not like a level 50 Master Engineer, surely. It could be, but I doubt it. Doesn't say it's a battle effect to give it to people. Anyway, these two cannons in Malakai's army have it, and I don't know if any of the other ones do. Yeah, no, indeed not. I mean, those cannons, they will be my precious forevermore. There will be no attempts made on those cannons' lives. I will reset the whole campaign before I let my dig-in cannons go away. And, you know, hey, those are the ones dealing with the Chaos Dwarves. At 616 range, now, you know, you can back up and be like, hey, let's go. Let's brawl. Want to go? Want to fight? Because they have 510 range, but have you heard 616 range? If we can find Zatan the Black wherever he is at, then we can maybe get even more range. But here we're seeing the obscene tempo abilities of the Chaos Dwarves coming up here. But, you know, Thoric was never going to be able to deal with that. I just didn't know they were going to bring 7 armies up the road like that. You know, we're going to help some. Thoric will be able to live eventually, probably. He might end up losing his entire kingdom because of me. Maybe. Like, is Ungrim going to take the crater or not? There is a sound of grudges to be settled here. Karakadrin does move into the crater. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Because we are, you know, the lands here, the Chaos Wastes, it was good to get that out of the way, because Chaos Waste is super annoying to move around in. It's not like corruption is the problem. The physical land can never be healed, you know. But here, this is just wasteland, which we're fine with once we uncorrupt it, and it only takes a turn or two to do it. Ballgrat, 7 bellies. Well, he's gonna have to feed his bellies something else. Can't feast on me. I guess because if you have invisible goblin hewers from the adventure too, maybe you just like vanguard invisible heroes and invisible goblin hewers and get them on. All right, so we will make them take the oath. Karaz will understand. Goldtooth has confederated the Red Maw. Oh, and lost his lands here in the Waste. Ah, so here are...
My throng stands ready.
Oh, he's at war with Goldtooth. Well, in that case, well, Goldtooth's our enemy then.
I am the Slayer King.
By Grimney, it's me. Let's get that.
But we jump in there. Of course, they weren't prepared for the old folderol. Ooh, that's gross. Well, it is a proper battle. They have 3 of these upgraded Dreadquake batteries. 3 of them. But maybe it'll be fine. Let's fight it. It says casualties to be high. We might look, even if they beat a bunch of Slayers and stuff, I bet we'll have an alright time. Or they're going to absolutely delete our artillery. It might be, though, that Iron Breakers are more attractive targets. Because we'll be able to, once we break in, just break in, you know, delete the blobs, blah, blah, blah. It is one of the imposing Chaos Dwarf. No, it's an Orc hold. I'm like, this looks sort of like Chaos Dwarf architecture, but it looks like the Orcs have done a little bit of fun with it themselves, so... We'll fight in the light. Because I guess here you could just, like, fly over the top. You know, we might have to back out though, because if they remove our dig-in cannons, you know, then pretty sure our life is over. So we just charge in for the gate. Get the blunderbuss is there, because our cannons will make short enough work of everything going on there. I don't think, yeah, they can't. And of course, we're about to see a bunch of our HP just get deleted. But yeah, we'll bring in the Air Force to the rear whenever it's safe. Obviously, we'll just break down the door with a little bit of time. Oh, we've already busted there, you know, a little bit. The cannon's having a time, you know. They're enjoying themselves. Oh, yeah, there you go. Alright, so one of those just deletes a whole Ironbreaker unit. Yeah. Like, that's, it's pretty crazy, right? And one of them deleted this whole unit. Pretty crazy. And of course, we've got, you know, and dig in, Grape Shot is 280 range. That's pretty bonkers. And then we'll drop this ability right here, and we're gonna see how long these fools can stand up to our reckless hate. They drop battery on the grudge throwers, eliminating them from life. Of course, they only have a couple more of them, right? But there, we've got our own tricks, right? Oh. He wants to brawl. We're going to get Malakai and put him on the wall here. We're going to move the cannons up a little bit here and here. Oleg and Standa, of course, are just like regular summon things. They're not quite as hardy as all this crew is. We're silenced here. This is pretty bad, but it's not like super disaster. After all, this guy is the reason why we're silenced. And we'll get rid of him before too long. Gotrek hits him. Yeah, I was like, we'll see Gotrek in here somewhere. The Ironbreakers get deleted. And, you know, maybe that's the last of them. So that's what happens, right? They get to just do far more to you than you consider reasonable. Oh, man. And we moved. They finally got on the walls. Well, that's real bad, too, huh? But this is going to lay a beat down on all of this. Of course, his magic just destroys blobs, so it's not like we're fighting fair anyway. But it's only okay when I do it, right? Bum, 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 bum. And like Malakai on the wall here is probably actually having like a super great time. Grungi's going down, that's alright. Not ideal, obviously. Beautiful. I'm like, why don't we just heal the Grungi, huh? Why don't we just? I'm like, because the Grungi will be here, you know, let's just heal it. Let's just. There's one regrowth, of course, with him being a little juice. I mean, it gives you like 5,000 hit points, probably. Just a crazy amount. And then the Air Force comes in over the wall. Oh, and the cannons actually perfectly get right here. You know, this was a fun siege, right? We did it nice and honest. We ran in the door. Artillery barrage. And it looks like they're Army Lawson. Looks like they are Army Lawson, you know? Something's unbreakable here. Nope. Alright. Beautiful. We win. Obviously, that was bonkers. Obviously, their army abilities make me say they're too good. But really, what is it? You know, it's... You just treat it like them having a particularly strong wizard that doesn't have to be around. 3 unit deletions seems like too many, but we are fighting, you know. It's what the Chaos Dwarves get, you know. We've got our own busted stuff too. I guess Max gets 980 kills. His ability is so strong. His ability, his juiced Pit of Shades. So again, we're not fighting fair. We're not fighting fair at all. And I guess that's what we can do, right? We move in the 4-stack there. Max is so hardy. Anyway, you know, he's not invulnerable, but he's unspottable and stuff. So we just move him in with him. They clump, delete it, go, go, go. 7k value. Because, of course, there were Chaos Dwarf infantry aplenty, and he just beat them all down. Do we sack occupy here? I'm like, nope, we just occupy it and end up making an alright amount out of it. Because here, you know, this is... You know, the same old sort of thing. We'll just oath gold it.
Malakai in the case. I what?
Because, you know, boom, there you go. Aha! Here he is. The big guy himself. He gets 5 uses of Dreadwake Battery. Seems a little excessive, but you know. Makes everything immune to contact damage. You know, the thing is we know his trait gives you, like, I think it's artillery range. So, you know, we very much covet that.
Only the toughest Dawi.
Like, do we just... No, I mean, the gyros are fine. The gyros are fine in this army because we have more stopping power in the middle.
For the wisdom of the land.
I don't think they're good, though. I just think, you know, if we could get, like, 2 more Thunder Barges. We don't have the time.
Demon Slayer. My doom may lie below. There be demons at home. Follow me, lads. Going.
He gets invented here. Lund gets to level 40. We need Grombrindle in an army. Why not this one?
To doom, then.
Alright, Gromby the White Dwarf.
Grombrindle. I am the White Dwarf.
Alright. Movement range everywhere, obviously. Need that. Global, yes. Lightning strike, yes. Recruit rank, yes. Sorry. And then here, his main thing is for Quarrelers and Iron Drakes. Well, we can get him some, but I mean, Tactician. Take that. And then from here, I mean, the discount on recruitment cost less important, right? Yeah, and then we'll be able to get more there, and that'll do it, right? You know, you got to take more blue line stuff than you might want just because it's so good. But yeah, it's fine. It's good. He is great. Oh yeah, and we can put his gear on him, right?
The throng is mustered.
Alright, and Gromby can put on his Slayer Ward and such. Alright. Gromby, what a guy. Of course, he's got not much of a ward save, but big fizz resist, huge armor. And, you know, having 10% missile block, massive AP damage, magic attacks, unbreakable. Runex Gromby gives him 50% more AP, so he'll really be hitting like a truck. Alright.
Clan honor.
If you say so, Beardling. By the ancestor god.
And here we get right in, and the Baron Bright's doing well once more.
Demon Slayer. We are not here for that. Pride keeps me warm. Young'uns rush to the killing.
And we'll just dive in there. Reasoning that even if these people want to move out towards like Uzkalak, they can't do much about it. I hope. No, if they move in that direction, we can spin up an army here. We can afford one more army, so...
I answer to clan and hold.
Dragon Slayer.
What orders?
I sure would like you guys to gain the blessing.
Demon Slayer. By my vow, let us find our depths.
Should have sack occupied that probably. Hey! It's got a...
Slayer.
It's got a Slayer building in it.
Dishonored.
But we're... Oh, that's right, because we got a Slayer from the other crew, and so we're under a cap still.
Demon Slayer. Come, die gloriously.
Was that Briar's Heath?
Quickly, I've an oath to fulfill.
Yep. Alright, alright. So this gives you unspottable sniping stock and stuff. So it's very nice for somebody. I mean, we could put it on Malakai, I guess. You mean you could put it on a gyro guy, but
It's me.
we should have total diplomacy negotiation 3. I believe that is called Crusader Kings.
Greatest inventor.
Fight! If you're going to fight!
Ulrika can wear Talisman of Preservation. Takes her up to a 43 ward save. I mean, respectable, right?
Follow at your peril. I've seen
So Sayl has 17 places left. 5, 6, 10. So more in that direction. But, you know, we are pushing him back. And it just remains to be seen, you know, how much pushing we're doing. But we're doing some.
heading out.
We're going to push it real good. But for all that all these armies are a mess, but like, where are they going, right? Because now they dealt with Thoric. Are they going to come for me? Because if he does send all these armies to me, then Thoric is going to be able to come right back over here, right? Because Thoric's not broke. Thoric's a rich dwarf. And if you just kill his armies, he's going to go right back here to Karak Vrog and get all of them back again, right? It ain't going to take him a minute. He lives right here, right? He's from right here. He's going to be okay. He's going to be able to fight. And and that's the thing too, is we are seeing that maybe it's a little easier for our reinforcements to get here now, somehow. Thoric Ironbrow himself is like in the heart of Zarnagrund, but I guess he's just walking. 44 missile strength quarrelers. You know, this is the faction I should play. I can use bows. It's guns that I'm bad with.
Death Seeker.
getting everybody more levels and more levels.
Slayer.
Demons of Chaos still having their little party. Nobody knows what to do there, and you're not supposed to ask.
I'm here now.
Start a new positive, but if we can put up like another deeps or two, then suddenly it's going to be real money, right? I don't think there's too much that's going to be standing in our way of doing it here. I mean, except except Skulltaker, who is probably going to run all the way through. Oh my goodness. Alright, we very obviously are going to have to do something about this. But what, Precious? Kabanda? Him? That's like an actual name. I know that guy. I think they just assigned it to him. I don't think he's like really Kabanda. How's Thoric doing? Well, Skulltaker is about to come in from the north there. Thoric's armies that made the incursion here have all lost, but it looks like the Chaos Dwarves are trying to move in this direction against me rather than moving here where Thoric is, so that is nice. Because we're going to be able to sweep him here. It's going to be tricky to get through this land, so I think if we cut off his land here with Malakai as we're threatening to do, then, you know, because Ungrim has armies here, and he will come and take land, and that's good, but we want this one. Oh, yeah, do we ever want that one? Gotta get that, that upkeep. He might be a real guy as a generic faction leader for World. Oh, okay. That would make sense, yeah, because they would have, you know, he is an actual proper Khorne demon. And then, you know, gets confederated or whatever whenever somebody gets us in. That would make sense. Oh, yeah. He's a guy. He's a guy, all right. All right, so, you know, we're going to have to deal with that problem. But the thing is, look, it's not as bad of a problem as the Mortals in the Wastes were, because he is the big problem himself, and everybody else associated with him is less of a problem. He can only be in one place, and he lives so far away that, you know, if we just crack him a couple of times, you know, it's going to take him a minute to get to us regardless. He could really mess up the Northern Wastes again. However, again, it's not... 3 champions of Mortal Chaos in the Wastes is like 10 times as bad as one faction that's there. Especially because as a Khorne demon and not as a warrior of chaos person, he doesn't have access to all of the ridiculous ROR stuff in the late game if he levels up. And I guess we're probably just not going to get the way of the clans. Because, I mean, like, if it looks like we're going to do it, I just don't want to spend that oath gold on it, really. Because we'll go here
I'll do it.
and go to ambush, and then maybe they won't know we're here, right? They'll want to march down to take this vulnerable settlement, the fools. But you know what Grombrind'll will need? He needs Norgrimland's Ironbreakers. Why? Because I like them. Or actually, Lexerthek, right. Oh, was there ever a man who loved a chariot more? For although I have thought that I loved a chariot, when I meet a guy like Surthek, I think, oh, well, you've certainly shown me a thing or two about charioteering. The star metal plate.
Death Seeker.
Who gets it? You guessed it. Lun, Thunderstone. Get an Army of Destiny. Who gets it? You guessed it. Whoever is tanky. 175 armor with a silver shield. You know, for all that Thanes don't pack a punch, they sure do have the ability to take one.
Doom Chaser. It is time. To doom, then. What?
And the thing is, too, is Khorne factions are annoying, but what they are is heavy metal. They're usually not that fast, you know. Chosen are scary, but you could just shoot them with artillery. Sayl represents the ability to occasionally look at Malakai and make him not move. It infuriates me. We have to get rid of him. Also, I honestly think it might be easier to beat 20 Bloodthirsters than it is to beat 20 Chimera. Do Bloodthirsters have a breath attack? Are Bloodthirsters immune to flanking? Thoric has lost so much balance of power that now we're more powerful than him. That is rough. Of course, we've also gotten stronger by adding an army or two, but that's still very sad for him. But still, as long as we see him on the side of the river, you know, he's doing great. Better than good. And he's got, you know, the Skulltaker worrying now, which is... I mean, that was always going to happen. I don't think sending in an army into the realm of Khorne would have been, like, a great way to solve the problem. It would have done something for it, but, you know... When we finally go in, we're going to want to go in and, you know, set it all to rights, I suppose, so... Like, what do you even do? You take all the things, and then you build drinking halls, and you say, alright, well, if the dwarves have enough brew, then the Realm of Chaos won't get to them. Like, well, that's convenient.
Follow at your peril. To do. We can hold this.
I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Sure enough.
Dishonored. This way, my Grumpy. Bane of demons.
And then we'll send this army here, Morgrim Grimson's army, to try to deal with the corn issue. He'll roll up that way, and then this single army of Hargrim Ironforge will continue rolling through the wastes. Like, if this is the best place that Mama Stankia has, like, she really could serve herself well by defending it.
For the ice court.
It cements my power. For Mother Kislev.
Oh, that guy went over there. Well, in that case, we will ambush walk in here still. If he goes up there, then we'll just walk into Karak Peak. I don't want to build the deeps there until we're sorted out here in the north a little bit more. Grab Seepgore. What a name, what a name. And we can go and take Silver Pinnacle, and then that'll be let us get the legendary Grudge, right? It's not a very good one. But it's, you know, it's the simple one, because all you gotta do is take it, and then build this, and then I guess they send armies at you or whatever. The landmark's not that amazing, right? It's... You make money. I mean, and that would be good. With that money, with the reclaimed hold, right, with the Silver Pinnacle, it's also in a very defensible position. So you do that. I mean, yeah, I guess we can make, like, an absolute zound of money out of it. So there's that. Twice as much as a regular hold would be able to make. Maybe more. But Loon Thunderdome has party there. We've got a lot of global slots now. Feels super good. And we have single turn recruitment for grudge throwers now. So, you know, we just need to get more of those places built up. Just a couple more level 3. I'm like, really? Oh, yeah, because that's like in the past. Like, a couple more level 3 artillery buildings, and we will be on the way.
I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Aye.
But the Exiles of Kadrin doing beautifully, doing everything that we need, which is to, you know, survive.
Follow at your peril. Moving exposed. Die hiding is a crap doom.
A step too far. You're a pretender.
What if I say I will never surrender? Oh yeah, we've got the bad Oathgold thing We need to swap to the good one. Everything them to have good poke order. Yeah. Just don't have any revolutions anywhere. And we caught him. Zatan the Black.
Let's get to it.
Ooh, ho, ho. You know, his army's not that scary, but you see my favorite thing in the game. I wish I could steal it away from him. Obviously, demon engines can't be used by our people. Alright, so they've got the Demon's Tongue Dreadquake Mortar, which shoots, you know, the explosive nonsense. This thing is just like... We're just gonna try not to get hit by it, right? And, but yeah, we're just going to spike them. Zatan the Black has the Lamasu, so he silences and stuff, right? However, we're not going to need their abilities to beat him in a fight. Gotrek has 75 anti-large, right? So the fact that he's got 84 defense is going to be a wash. We'll get it done. We will take an absolute ton of damage from his abilities and stuff, but hey, we're going to meet him in battle once. And we're going to do what we have to do, which is probably, definitely, hero spike the Hell Cannon, and then I bet we'll see something funny happen. Because the thing is that for all that they've got all this scary stuff, right? What do they have that kills the hero blob? They don't have anything that kills the hero blob. And we have a... Disgusting. We have a rear vanguard spot. So we're just going to charge right in and get on top of the Iceforge Legion. And I bet the Demon's Tongue Dreadquake Mortar is going to turn and shoot its craziness at us. This thing. You know, actually, I'm more worried about dealing with it. We dive it. Yeah, alright, good deal. So that's, we've got our hero blob over there, and hopefully they'll be able to fight stuff. And then here, we'll just go very far back, just so far back.
For the Karaz Ankor.
Alright, so we dive in. We want to use all of our abilities before Zatan flies in. He doesn't actually fly in, so good for us. Alright, so that's the way to do it. You just got to be able to Yeah, you know, so they do have fire in front of your face mode.
Witness the power of Hish.
Kind of a miss. It's alright. So this blob, though, is so strong that we will be able to drag down this... Oh, Gotrek killed whatever he was fighting, and then he got bored. He's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, we're still brawling, dude. He's like, oh, right, that thing.
Light is might. All set. Fine.
Alright, so the Slayers have been hit by one of the things, and these Ironbreakers have been hit by one of the things. Crucially, the Demon's Tongue is getting taken out right now. Now, the rest of this blob... Well, they think that they're happy, right? They're like, haha, we caught him. We got all of these melee infantry on him. We're gonna tie him up forever. However, that's what Max is for. Yeah, this mod's not balanced. It's okay. And they're about to delete these cannons. Well, I guess, so the monster setback thing, it does a ton of HP damage, but I don't think it really blows up the models on the unit, and the guys, you know, maybe... Yeah, so it doesn't... It kills a lot of our... Oh, wow, okay, yeah, so... The Iceforge Legion, well, it got in range of our dudes, though, so that's at least okay. Ulrika is tied up a little bit here. Let's keep on rolling, yeah. Because the Iceforge Legion being in range of our cannons, that makes it okay. We'll just shoot him for a preposterous amount of damage. Oh, because Malakai's around him with the Isagrungi and all that. Insane. And we're going to summon the Grungi right here. You know, they are trying to figure out whether or not they need to go blind over this. And of course, Satan, again, thinks he wants to be here, but I don't think he really does. He does have 30 ward save. What turns that on? Oh, because he's taking damage. Right, well, you know, the good thing is we actually... He doesn't have that much of a ward save because of the other Trickster Shard. We're just going to beat up on him here. The Thunder Barges stop them from getting across. The Iron Breakers take 1 billion damage. Alright, so you just have to be able to have a Vanguard force against the artillery. That's, I guess that's the solution. Of course, it only works so far as you can catch them. Oh, we can't... I'm like, we can't even do a bombing run. Well, that's going to end soon enough, because Zatan, they're about to army loss. And that is it for Zatan the Black. And now, we get the benefit of the coolest trait in the game. Yep, Vanguard Hero Ball. That's what we gotta do. Because again, if you can confidently walk in, especially if they don't have trains, but, you know, even if they do... Because if they have trains, they can fire while moving. And that means that they will fire into your blob if you get stuff around you. So, I mean, obviously, Gotrek and Felix, the best way to do this, because Max has the ability to delete the blob that's around you. But if you wanted to do, you know, just a couple of Dragon Slayers, they could probably get it done, you know. Although, several would be better. And if they break up a little bit, then you can bring in gyro engineers or, you know, gyro bombers with their big armor-piercing attacks. Gyro bombers are easier for me to use than gyrocopters. Gyrocopters, I get, like, you know, just spread into each other, but... But we get it done. And yeah, baby. 40% magic item drop chance. 15% range for artillery. Have you ever heard of something that good? Because now, right, now we have 500 range for the cannons. That is of a range with his things, with his nasty little elite stuff. But once we dig in with these cannons, inexplicably digging in, we're gonna have what, like 800? In vanilla or you can do Pit of Shades. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. It's, you know, Max's Pit of Shades is a lot better, but it's still the same thing. It's just that his, you know, probably hurts him so bad that they shatter as opposed to just wanting to run. But alright. Now we have figured out how to solve an average amount of our problems. Wonderful. Because now I'm like, well, look, if it was like the 4 train armies, but those might be done, right? Like, they may not have a whole lot more 4 train armies ever happening again, because now they're in panic mode. You know, they're trying to push stuff up. But we also might fight a 12 train army someday.
You know who I am.
If we do, then we'll be relying on Gotrek and Felix. Yeah, and I guess yeah, we'll just push to tier 5 here because we can barely afford it, but that means we can afford it. So we might as well push it because this is a great place for a deeps, right? Obviously it is. And so too will this be. You know, we've got our High King's Decrees, and if we get more deeps up, then all of a sudden, if we can defend them, good. If we can't defend them, I will be heartbroken. But I bet we'll get away with it. We're not building it just yet here on this wall because this will take a little bit of securing, right? Thrott's outside. Grombrindle can beat Thrott. Grombrindle's army, though, has, you know, some Bugman Rangers, which is fine. But, you know, what stands in the breach, right? We've just got a Thane. Hardly a Dragon Slayer. Sorry, Doran Gunnison. I mean, you're a great dude. You're the gatekeeper. He's got the helm. He's got the helm and the hammer. He's the gatekeeper. He's good at his job. But, you know, sometimes I feel like, man, if only I had Gotrek and Felix here. That reminds me, what did we do with this army? It is an ambush. Yes. Yeah, Skulltaker is just straight on a tear. Of course, raising is what he prefers. But we're about to slide somebody over there. We'll have at least one army, and hey, maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll be an army that gets it done. And I guess we'll just send him up into the realm of Khorne, right? And see what'll happen. 518 range on a cannon. Plus dig in. Oh, it's gonna be good. You know, if Sayl would just declare war on the exiles of Kadrin, he would be in such better shape, but I'm glad he's not going to. And this northern miner Skaven, a thorn in my side for many an era. Be good to get rid of them too. Shut your gob. Oh, Archie's got 2 settlements. Sick. We're about to be done with him too. I didn't know he was in such straits, right? Yeah, awesome. We're totally in the neighborhood to push him entirely out of the game then, and that will of course be... Oh, that'll be a short victory, huh? Yeah, we'll get hero cap. Look at that. Look at that. Accidentally, you can succeed. The enemy failed to spot my ambush. Good. Heyo, and Hergar Groby Nutter. He nuts the Grobies. Gets the blessing of the lady. That means it's time for him to move out for an army. He's set his prayers. Talisman of Preservation? Sweet! And this has to be where they are.
Demon Slayer. Let's be having them. Up to do. Take it for the High King, Slayer.
Wow, they got all sorts of stuff here. But I guess the Nordskin buildings have an equivalent in red and green line stuff, so. Well, can I interest you in Goretown? He's actually not super far from accepting a confederation, which is pretty funny. I mean, not funny, but interesting. So here, it just says we can't get Belegar even though we have enough. Anyway, maybe we're never going to be able to get Belegar. Yeah, maybe. We'll see what it says whenever we get back into the game again. I think I'm about to end this session. 4.5 hours. Yeah, I was like, I feel slightly hungry. How long has it been? No, a little bit of time, I guess. Well, about to end the session. You know what that means. It means it could be now. It could be 100 years from now.
I'm here now. Fight!
53, that's pretty fast for a dwarf.
Oh, it's
Crack Peak, definitely not as quick to get up, but, you know, we'll be able to get to tier 4 when we take the Bloody Spires, and that'll, you know, tier 4 is still pretty good. And a lot of our buildings are coming in, so we're getting a lot of money from them, as long as we can hold on.
Leave it to me. By my vows. Let us find our debts.
Because sure, for every settlement we take like 5% less money from the deep things, but for every turn, that counteracts, right? So, Ungrim is coming up this way. Well, that's good that he wants to deal with that problem, but we are going to... We're going to do that with Gromby instead. We don't really want him to have this one thing up here. Now, what do we do with Malakai here? Do we cut them off in this direction? Oh, this is where Grimgor lives. We found him. He's right here. You know he lives here because it's green. And also because it says Grimgor's Hard Boys. Alright, so... we are super broke, but revenue positive. I mean, we've been spending a ton of money on infrastructure, and it will pay off before too long. So we're going to get another deeps up somewhere, someday, somehow. I'm here now, right? Well, we had I had to pay Thoric 50 to get him involved in this war, and honestly, if you see what's happened to him since he got in, it makes sense that he would need a little bit of cash. Eldor Mountain Fast. Oh, he's from Thoric's place right here. Oh, and these guys moved out all the way there. Fascinating. Oh, they're the ones who hold this. Well, as long as Svinner Hogmog holds this, you know, the Svins will be happy, I suppose. And Nokri can go and hit the Veil after this so that Jetpink can move that way. And, you know, Sayl has this place, but he can't get anything here. It'll just be horsemen and chariots, well, and skin wolves. Well, that sounds terrible. Just all these things. Well, they aren't chimeras is the point. So for Malakai, yeah, I guess this Iron Fist camp is the way to go first, because it's closer up here. And then, yeah, Lund's gonna go down, take Silver Pinnacle, swap over Veil of Bones. Because we know in the north now that, like, he just can't have very many armies. They don't happen immediately. They aren't free. They're just deeply discounted. And we have, yeah, that's... He had 52 settlements, I think, when we started this war. He's at 37 now. He can't be happy about what's happened here, right? Because all of this used to be his, and he had tier 5 settlements in here. We have given him a good thrashing. And as we get down here, there's plenty of really nice, very, very lucrative settlements. And, you know, like, if we get in here, we can deeps up all of this. We can deeps up, you know, all this stuff in the middle. Because who's going to get in? Who's going to get in? Throt? No, we'll just push right out. We'll keep him out. We'll give Stankia all this land, distracting her, and then the demons will come in here, and then we'll push them out too. That'll be the plan. And then the sun will fall down, and I'll still be playing this campaign. We'll just take that for the relations, I guess. I mean, it's 50. We're palled around enough with them. If anybody's even heard of Archaon, I'll be like, oh, you don't know if you want to be my friend? Can I interest you in my dead enemy, Archaon the Everchosen? And they're like, oh, sorry, sir, right this way. I didn't think I would run into you. I'm like, yeah, see that you act a little more polite in the future. Because the thing is, too, is a lot of their armies are not fully established, you know. I think he's got Lord Recruit rank in the teens, though, so it's not like we're really keeping them down, but by not allowing them to become immortal and by trimming the heads off of all of these heroes as we are, we're really doing a solid for, you know, all of our friends and thus the Earth. And we know that Throt, whatever it's got going on, not long now, and it's only fun enemies. Exactly! Because even Skaven artillery is scary, but it's not like, oh my god, what just happened to me, like a Dreadquake mortar is. I mean, a Dreadquake mortar is like having a heart attack. If you don't know what's happening to you, and you're just playing Total War, and you see a Dreadquake start happening to your army, you're gonna think that you got a virus. Be like, but no, I had a whole unit of warriors. What happened? What do you mean 15% health? They were standing right there. Man, we finally turned the corner, you know? It's not over, but Sayl's down to 14, so that's the thing too, is we turned the corner on the campaign. We stopped playing just defensively, started being able to go on the offense truly, and importantly, didn't just go in one direction, you know? We went in two directions in the Chaos Waste. Both of them worked. I only had to restart that Tamurkhan fight one time.
Need me. It's no bother, I'll do it.
It's no bother, I'll do it.
Death Seeker. They ought to out and not die gloriously. Dishonored.
Karaz Ankor? What? How dare you?
Our common cause shall benefit the world.
No, I mean, I bet we can hang out and someone will take it from her, but... Yeah, too bad about the North. Yeah, you know, it's, Look, something's gonna change here. If only because we're gonna push out over here and give this land to Estancia. You know, because right now she's defending her land, but if we change what her land is... Hey, our arcade. Well, and obviously all of these fools. But to their credit, they're just having a fractal horror of horrors, lustful to grandiose, struggle, prince of buboes. You know, the whole crew's together. Where's Mercy Festerheart? This is classic chaos behavior, right? They've got like a special demon of all the kinds, and they're all just hanging out, holding hands.
What? Doom's this way. To doom. We can hold this. They up.
And we have destroyed Fester clan nest at long last.
Armed and ready. I suppose so.
Here's Anar Trigox, you know, which, at any moment, Archie could get one of these armies. We're going to take this one and loop over, you know, we're going to burn him down before too long, and he's not going to be, you know, a permanent issue for us.
Slayer.
Welcome to my throng. Sure.
Let's be happy. Don't stop till you're dead. Dishonored.
It's like we're making a ton of money here for it being lower income, but I guess, you know, tier 4 plus toolmaker should be 700, so I mean, it's barely negative, isn't it? Thought it was red.
What? They up.
Welcome to my throng.
We'll actually wait a turn to maybe get Sayl to move closer in that direction. That'd be funny. Down to 13, but we'll sweep him up to the right, and then he'll only be in that direction, and we'll keep on pushing up there. And Okri Burn Bright, of course, will continue to burn bright. Yeah, this guy, because they have... Because they have, like, probably 18 global recruitment slots. So this guy was here for a turn, and then they got an entirely full army. Yeah.
Bring those cannons to bear. It's not home, but it'll do.
Maybe Karagog will finally get to be built. We'll see. The thing is that Stormvrag might actually, maybe now, because now this is a huge expanse of safety. Of course, we're about to have the non-safety of Khorne, but we're going to move this army over, deal with this thing here. This army will move north in this direction, dealing with them, and then we'll stop over here to beat that Nurgle fellow. Although that just gives you recruit rank, which is less important. We need to send somebody into the Realm of Chaos over here to beat this guy. That's going to be this dude too, and then there's this Tzeentch dude over there, so he'll be able to do that. Gets Inquiring Mind. So, you know, our supply lines are only, you know, 7 supply lines gives you 24% army increase. It's not the end of the world. Hardly the beginning of the world either, though. Alright. Beautiful. Because Throt here at Hell Pit, but he had 25. I mean, that's plenty. It's a lot of junk. So once we go out too far, it's going to be Skarbrand, Skaven City. But we can sort of give Mama Stankia most of that, of course. The old stinky lady, she smells like a witch. But she's a good person. Sometimes they just get that smell. Don't fall into the cauldron, though. She may not notice you. We're going to spend some points here. Miss resist for Okri, very important, of course.
Master engineer at your service.
And this guy is super good at his job. You know, he's got all of his junk taken care of. Then Thunderstone gets there. Mentor. All right.
Ready to do the guild's bidding.
He's ready to do the guild's bidding. That is good. A lot of levels to go around. Of course, with all these mentors, you know, you fight a couple full stacks with all of your armies, and then before long, you know. Because the thing is, too, is Zatan can only look in one direction, right? So if he sees me, he's not going to see Thoric, and if he sees Thoric, he's not going to see me. So either one of us can deal with the other, you know. exotic animals here. Thorik wants. That's how he gets his feral carnosaur. You wouldn't think you would want one, but you would. And you know, you said you want a pet carnosaur, not a feral one trained. But I mean, you and me both. Obviously, a feral one would cause problems. Like, what if it escaped in LA? Oh baby, oh baby. This item. This item. Real good. We get an unusual location in Festerhold. Pretty cool. Alright, so this goes on max, right? And then he's gonna have 2,400 barrier hit points on top of his HP pool. Barrier stacked on barrier, real good. Real good. Of course, 1,000 barrier points on anybody is extraordinary, but if they already have some... So now, we were hardly worried about him in general, right? Because he's invisible. But now... I mean, he's got a ton of hit points, and even if he loses 2,000 of the barrier, you know, you just run away, he'll get put back together. Oh yeah, we're proper broke now. 6,000, but we're positive 11k. That's a lot of Ks. Yeah, see, look at how bad of shape they're in now. Now they got to use like a regular army. Now they probably just didn't have the global nonsense access there, which, you know, now they got to use regular army. We're gonna press forward here because I want to be able to defend this Ironback hold. We'll slide down here, and then, you know, Ungrim and stuff. Because, yeah, now that we've taken this, Ungrim won't be trying to go up there, so it's going to be everybody laser focused on the objective, right? Laser focused. Oh, he moved his army away. I really think you should have left an army here to defend. He's like, I don't even want to live there, bro. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Dishonored. Quickest way through is down. But that armor's heavy, eh?
I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Yes. My kin, the throng of Cadrin welcomes you. Agreed.
Just had to weather the storm, right? This storm dwarf eggshells. It was difficult, you know, just to sit underneath it. It definitely something about when you see the animation and you see your health bar go like that, and you're like, no.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. Vengeance.
Like, how'd they get a wall like that already?
Come on then.
Getting out of here. What?
All right, lads. Fighting, walking, eating, drinking.
Hey, let me get him.
Chasm, chasm, chasm. Ah!
We get a hold of both of them.
Killed many, more to come. Hey up. Slayer, come witness my doom. Dishonored.
Okay, yeah, so Gromby, what do we do here? We'll just move down and recruit from there next turn, because, I mean, well...
What?
We'll just build the deeps here, because no one's going to be there in time to do anything about it. I don't think. Hit here, and then of course Throt could come across the wall. That would be annoying, but really we're just trying to wrap all this up, take the Silver Pinnacle, and then we'll get that grudge going. We'll make an absolute zound of money there. Oh yeah, got the big plans, all right. Sure, and I do. Let's just go ahead and finish up the tech, and then hopefully it won't give us that notification ever again. It'll be like, congratulations, you researched all the stuff. You really are the master of innovation title card.
Time for Let us find our depths. Take it for the High King.
The great thing is, too, is he's just, like, chasing me this whole time. He doesn't take attrition here, but he's just, like, super bored, probably. Just charging and charging and charging and can't ever quite get there. Shame.
Doom Chaser.
But we'll probably jet down here to pop Archaon's last place, and then move up this way, and then we'll keep on rolling up the river there.
My anger burns bright.
Daniel's just decided to hang out there, you know, can't figure out where to go. And, you know, just hate that for him, honestly. It's a shame. It's a real shame.
Greatest inventor.
That's the thing, though, is Karaz is getting in. They don't have that many interests other places, right? And if they get a couple of places here, that's pretty good. However, we definitely want the main heart of the city for our own. Now, nobody else is at war with the service of the Conclave, though, so we'll probably be able to get it. She wants military access. I don't know about that, Katarine. You're not even at war with anybody I care about. And very excitingly, we're actually not too far from Sylvania anymore, right? Which means, you guessed it, we'll be able to finally do that adventure thing.
Come with me if you want to die.
And they come out to die to Lynn Thunderstone's army. Good, good, good. If you auto-resolve, the army abilities don't happen, so the game doesn't know that it's supposed to just delete 5 of your units. No, it's not fair. It's usually just 3. Because the wind spells, the AI, thankfully, doesn't do a wind spell up the pipeline of your units. You know, it does it like a player that doesn't know that you can direct a wind spell would do it. The old drag. I did not know you could do that for the longest time. I used to like move, and I remember in Warhammer 1, like moving the camera to try to get a wind of death down because I didn't know you could determine the ways that it was going to go. I wonder if all those armies Zatan sent into Zarnagrund, I wonder if they were all already just hanging out down there wherever, just chilling until, like, something happened. He's like, we'll defend the home base. Because they really did move up quick, but, you know. He did have a lot of land, a lot of wealth. And they get to cheat on global recruitment, so good for them. Love it. Yes, huzzah. We have researched everything.
They are. Quick! Die glorious! Slayer.
Hey, and Lynn Thunderstone gets Seasoned Campaigner. Apparently right around here is as far as you need to be from the capital to get Perfect Vigor. Of course, Perfect Vigor, the best thing in the game.
It is time. I'm leaving. I'm ready.
Like, do we just get more cannon? No, we'll, get something else. Alright, so here... Do we magma cavern here? I mean, we didn't even magma cavern at Uzkalok. That's because we built this thing. Like, oh, insufficient funds. The other one's Ingram, yeah. South right.
What?
And they were,
I agree.
yeah, when they get over here, and then because it was so far to get to a war, they just went back home.
Let's have you then. I'll hear what you say, so I can shove the words right back down.
You know, good for you, Grimgore. You got a bunch of land there, buddy.
I want for a glorious day. Give him a good thrashing.
Hey, Malakai gets perfect vigor, clean.
Dishonored.
The dwarfs need me.
Yeah, so it's like Estenkia keeps thinking about going over there. I guess this is all she can do is think about going over here. We'll need to clean it up somehow, some way, someday, but not now, not presently.
Come with. Fight like a slayer. Die like a slayer.
I hope it's as good as done. I'll cast the runes. Lord of Clan Morgan.
They up. Slayer. It's there to. Don't stop till you're dead.
You know, I bet a lot of the places they have left are not very good, right? Yeah, because for all we know, out of his 11 places, we've already gotten all the places that he wants to recruit from, for all we know. I guess if they generate much money, then it's probably a major one. But yeah, you know, he's certainly on all of the back feet, right? We're going to go in this way.
Bane of demons.
Greetings. You no doubt have a request. I'll hear it now. Oath-bound.
Dishonored.
How can I help? I'll see it done.
Good. I mean, better than good. I mean, all we had to do was figure out how to beat a Chaos Dwarf army. I mean, we could have just autoed all of them, but you know, once we figured out how to beat 1 or 2 or 3 of them, the other ones got a little easier. Yeah, I don't think you get the Grombrindle dilemmas when you're not his faction. They still give you the ability to turn down the turn time to get a new one, but dilemma, they're mostly all good.
We dram? No?
Trying to work. Look, Thoric. I'm in a few wars of my own right now, okay? Another one of those 10 Chimera stacks. Which maybe we should have fought it manually, right? With our Slayers and our heroes, it probably would have went better than the auto gave us. Age of Reckoning, Trom!
You fret, it's done. There's no bother, I'll do it.
This guy, hopefully Hugrim here, like, puts this into our favor against him. Because I don't want to send Malakai back up. I want to...
We'll make it right for the ancestors.
Go there. This is the dream, right? We'll go into this hold. Put a deep send to Iron back like next turn probably, because if Ungrim is just moving in, and he is just moving in, and we're going to be able to deep sup considerably in here, because this, I mean, Zarnagrind is going to be, I mean, the safest place in the world once we get set up. I mean, look at all of this. Look at all of these places, you know, there's not going to be any alarms and surprises. It's going to be a huge dwarf city composed of dwarves that aren't evil little jerks. Just as planned.
Can I help you? I'm going.
Oh, we can't afford. Huh.
Leave it to me. By my vows. To do. We need it later. They up.
Oh, we can't get in. That is bad. It'll be alright.
No.
That guy didn't really have an army. It'll be okay.
Follow at your
It is just regular bad. It is not really bad. Faction capital. This is where he'll recruit from. So we will grab this first.
Let's be having it. Die glorious. Everything was dwarven once. This
Accursed armor. So this thing is like... Yeah, this is... You get the guy this armor, right? And then you give him... And then you give them tankard plus tankard, and then they can't move, but they won't ever die. And this is like, this is the play for, you know, because you can't move, but you have 200 armor, and you regenerate. So you just stand on the point, and then you hit them. And if you're by yourself, well, good.
Gonna need a rememberer for this.
Yeah, he's got his assembly hall, he's got his tribute halls, you know, yeah. Lord and Hero faction-wide recruitment, Temple of Hashut. Yep. Good stuff. We'll be able to put a deep sin here next turn. Next turn.
Rune Ricky. Armed and ready.
You know, that mine, we're never going to protect it. This frozen sea is too sketchy. But, I mean, never say never, right? Once we... I mean, because what we're doing here, turning the corner on Archaon and Sayl, like, we're about to have them shoved. They were right here, right? And now it's going to be tremendously further away. And that'll be good. Because next time, I mean, Sayl is tremendously on the back foot now, right? Yeah, he's got 10 settlements left. He's got 9 settlements left.
Take it for the high king.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink. Yes.
What?
But yeah, we are getting it done, and we're very revenue positive. We're about to get even more revenue positive because we have plenty of High King decrees, and once we start throwing some deeps out, I mean, we're going to be able to aggressively do it, right? Right, we will. And these places have proper walls. They're not going to be like Dark Citadel, so they're even going to be even more advantageous to defend in the event that we have to. But honestly, you know, once we deal with the Chaos Dwarves, who's going to be able to get inside at us? Who? Oh, they brought reinforcements in. Well, Wow! Yeah. You know, they just, Anyway, so that's what happens. But, you know, this guy does have regen and 6k HP. Of course, most of their big scary stuff is armor piercing, so he's not going to actually do that well when we get into these fights. They delete a miner. So here, I guess they're just gonna shoot us. Yeah, we're just gonna hide in the trees a bit. Yeah, they're gonna shoot all their ammo at us. That's very sporting. That's good stuff. I'm like, wait, no, we've got guys in the air. Yeah, we tricked him. We actually did trick him, and you know, if they sit here and let us shoot them. And then they delete the quarrelers, obviously. Alright, so these guys have not run out of ammo yet. Alright, and the Kadai Destroyer does magic. Yeah, we're just gonna die. Oh yeah, and we're silenced. We can't even do our stuff. Well, we're just gonna die. But, you know, maybe we'll get a kill first. Because, man, look at the Kadai Destroyer. Oh, they look so cool. And there's the black color scheme. That sort of blue accents on there. Gotta love it. And, of course, all of his armor doesn't matter against armor-piercing dudes. And we just get deleted. Hooray! Look, it was an idea. I didn't know they were going to bring a whole nother army here, right? And now I'm thinking, they're going to take my cool armor away now. I'm stupid. I shouldn't have given them all this stuff. I honestly thought we were just going to fight one Sorcerer Prophet, though. Yeah, so we don't even get him down. Disgusting. But I mean, they have a ton of armies. We've knocked down a quarter of their lands and at least a quarter of their strength, but clearly still. Clearly still doing it. Looks like all they stole is the Gleaming Pennant, though. Oh! Mother Astenkia just confederated Katarine, which is fascinating. Also, fine, because, you know, she's a good friend, but we're just going to hope that she'll move out towards Kislev and give me my mountains. I wonder who reigns at 8 Peaks. One of the Skaven? Probably Skarsnik, I imagine.
Good to see you.
Alright, so we get to see way more of the map now because of how far Kislev down. Kislev's in Essen. Wow.
Tempt me not, dwarf. My patience.
Patience grows short. Short? Elspeth is still kicking. Well, you know.
A boon.
Must feast. Yes.
So we could actually make Karaz join us. Would that be worth doing? Maybe. Anger of the Forest, Oh, we got the agreement. That's right. So one more and we could do the battle reward, which we've got to get over there to interact with the marker, or over here. Well, you know, it's not that far from where we're at. Zarina Katarine, very far from home. Frozen Heart of Winter, the Elemental Bear. It's not very good. I sure wish it was.
This time. You know who I am. Demon Slayer. Ha! Equazok. I'm on it. Give him a good thrashing.
Like, man, 25k. No, it's fine. It's just a turn of stuff. And we get Burning Book of Corn. Now, of course, we're probably not going to do this.
Malakai Makais. It is time. My decision is law. Dishonored.
You know, why don't... Let's pop in here. Take this. This is the tier 5 settlement. And then, you know, they might try to go back underground and get to me. And then we can intercept them. If they move to this hold, well, I think they'll regret it. That one's got walls and stuff. We'll be able to defend it a lot more handily. But we take the money, the reduced upkeep, the glory, and that Deeps is online, you know, next turn, and we're going to be making a ton of money out of it, right? At least some money out of it.
Demon Slayer. Of Valea.
Oh, look at that! Ungrim actually declared war on Sayl after all this time. You know, that actually kind of messes with our strategies, but
The ancestors.
it'll be all right.
All that rock above. Feels grand. This way by Grumney.
It actually really messes with our strategies, because this was very good to be able to push him in, but hey, at least Ungrim now feels safe enough to push out. I seriously doubt Sayl declared on him, right? And we didn't want Ungrim to be sad forever. I mean, far from it. We want him to be a proud boy. Singing songs from Aladdin.
What?
I think they have somebody coming in this way, but...
What's orders? My anger burns bright. I only serve the changer. Nine. Armed and ready.
We're just diving in here to pop this Sayl thing down. We can leave over there if we want to, because they're too far for me to get to me right now. But if they move out, of course, we've got Lightning Strike. You know, we don't have Lightning Strike. Right. Okri doesn't have Lightning Strike. Well. Maybe we shouldn't have sent him over here. Nah, hopefully it'll be alright. So the deeps are coming up here. I think the play is to just dive, right? Dive here. Figure that Throt won't expect it. And we'll trade some of this over to Estancia, hoping to push her further out of our mountains. Or, you know, because if she'll fight them, sure, go fight them. But if she's just going to be holding here forever... Well, you know, good for her. Good for her. Do we put up a deeps here? Yeah, I think it's fine too. Because while they have this army here, if they move in this direction, we'll be able to sort it. If they do that, this guy is probably going to get an entirely full army this turn. But the thing is, as we've got Lun right here, and Malakai there. So, yeah, we'll be alright. If nothing else, the Grungi would be able to fire support, and with proper walls, which... Yeah, we've got walls for the garrison, you know. We're gonna have the fused beer keg things. We're gonna have a whole crew of fellows. Might as well get deeped up. The sooner we make our money, the farther we are from harm. We'll be able to spin up another army, or two. Speaking of armies or two, do we get one here? No, we're broke. But in a turn or two. Yeah, we'll definitely get another army up. Thunder Barge or two in it. Because Skaven are going to have a nightmare against me. Because, sure, they have, you know, their little summons and their artillery and their warp lightning. But we're very hardy against warp lightning. Our whole faction has pretty good spell resist. And some of our armies have bonkers spell resist. Thunder Barges with their 70 missile resist. Well, what do we care about them, right? What do we care about the Skaven? And this Thunder Barge, of course, we've got the rune of Discourage on it for ultimate hilarity.
Leave me to my manipulation.
But yeah, we'll just,
Greetings. You no doubt have a request. I'll hear it now.
give this guy rid of this. He's at 800 sentiment with me. Really big fan. And that.
You're a pretender.
I do not need my height.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink. Sure enough.
You know, for all that Ungrim, I didn't want him in this war. It's okay now, though, right? Because Sayl, you know, sure, he's got some stuff in here. But now, he's already pushed back.
Dishonored.
We're going to be able to roll up here. And even if they send somebody else again, you know, in through here, what's going to happen, they're going to have to rebuild all of their junk, right? Probably. I don't think they get to do their cool blue buildings from the spoils, you know, just for free. So we're going to roll in here to Tribe's Laughter. We're going to burn it down. It's going to be great. Sorry, Tribe's Slaughter. Tribe's Laughter. I knew how to say it. I like my little jokes.
Be flattered that I haven't cursed you yet.
I am just like, we have to do something about this because this army is screwing up Mother Estankia's AI, and its AI is broken too. You know, this happens sometimes where, because Daniel's got 26 settlements, and yet the AI cannot do anything with these 5 armies but sit still. Great, you know, good. Like, who's he fighting? Oh, he's fighting all of these guys. You know, Franz is probably the only person in the world who's actually working hard. Nah, Whistling annulled at strength rank 9. So we see that, you know, we've got some good guys in the top, but also some other guys. It's just an income building. That's too bad. Well, I mean, I guess it's also control and resource production, but you know, it's just an income building. Does he have any cool landmarks here? Don't think so. Yeah, it's definitely a little landmark light. Plenty of resource buildings, but and yeah, Zatan and Co are all running in that way. But that means, of course, that all of these fools are getting in just fine. It's so funny that these guys have been fighting Gorth the Cruel the whole time and haven't been able to do like anything about it. But you know, also makes sense.
It's me.
But yeah, all right. Oh, I said like 2 hours ago I was gonna take a break. Yeesh. Oakry Burnbright's army gets plague. Hardly great. The man-eaters want to pay me 10 grand for a trade agreement. Very well, I accept. Ogres love me because we've got a thing. Oh yeah, I just remembered there was some unusual location. We need to check on that. It could be nasty. There's definitely one that'll make you declare war on everybody in the whole world. Like, you know, I bet playing as Wood Elves in this is awesome. Because your forests are so much bigger. Yeah, 30, that's got to be Skarsnik, right? At 39 with the long turn. Bum 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 bum. Alright. Archaon gets plague, but not a Skaven plague. This guy teleports across because they let them do that. Well, hey, at least this dude is finally charging at him.
Vengeful Live alone. Demon Slayer. Not touch. Not.
If you say so, Beardling.
Leave alone, or will infect.
Like, they just teleport over. I don't even see him in a stance. Did they go on the water? Maybe they went on the water. Ah, well, we clearly can't have this. It gives you bonuses to attack and defense and stuff, but it's a Chaos Shrine, so we're burning it down. If you ever don't know where your little things are at, you can go here, and they'll have the little eye, so you'll know that something there has a foreign entity. Or somethings, two somethings sometimes.
What? Slayer.
Deny.
They up. By my... Let us find our depths. There is nothing
Yeah,
to do.
only 6 places left for sale, which are those 4. And something else somewhere. Alright, yeah, we are churning through his lands.
To doom, then. Come with.
Old Sven still hanging out there. We need to go kill that guy. Yeah, so Skulltaker just like occasionally like jumps in and takes random places and then leaves. if we confederate them, right, we would immediately be able to throw a deeps in here. Goldtooth loves us, so he'd be a fine neighbor, and this, you know... Honestly, it may not be a bad idea. We get access to a bunch more lords who might be immortal. More places for the deeps, because over here, you know, we get what... Looks like he really just has Karaz Ankor. You know, we should probably do it now, otherwise...
Aye. Let's hear
Yeah.
what you have to say.
So we'll grab him. Get Karaz Ankor. Here's it before Oath Gold. It's only tier 4. That's alright. You know, it'll grow up someday. No, and we need population surplus for it. That is alright. I'm like, where are your Oath Gold buildings?
Demon Slayer.
Alright, so we do have a Trollhammer Torpedo guy there. That's very nice. And Scory Snowbeard with a, you know, these are fine armies.
Onward. By the grudge bearer's will. Something over there.
So we grab this. And honestly, you know, we can... Because we're making a zound of money and we're about to make a whole lot more. We just need... We need to crack these for Oath Gold. We might as well just do it now. Got to have more Oath Gold. And everybody is just getting into the cookie jar here, right?
What? What? Quick! Die gloriously! We can hold this! Bane of demons.
Alright, bam. We grab the Several Pinnacle, we get our stuff going. We didn't get to take any of the buildings over from it. What are you going to do, right? The Chaos Dwarf buildings don't extend, right? They're their own unique thing. We're going to build all these, and then eventually we'll put this in as well, but like probably, you know, after we get the deeps in. Because you build it, and then I imagine you have to protect it against some foes for a while, and then...
I'll do it. Moving out. I am the white.
Because Thraw is weak. The thing about Skaven, right, is if they are playing by the rules, what are they even doing? He's only level 37, you know? He's got his bonus versus large thing, but how's that going to get him? And of course, Skaven, if they can't deal with Thunder Barges, can't do anything. And I don't think they're going to be able to deal with Thunder Barges. Maybe one, but have they dealt with second Thunder Barge? Wherever that guy is, he could be moving forward, though, because if we have the deeps here, we need to...
Who even travels?
Early we go here because And I think this guy will move out here or here, whichever one will be able to intercept, right? And the worst is, they're, you know, they still got 30. We've trimmed about half of their strength away, but, you know, they can't be too happy about this. Although they've got, you know, their stack of dudes, their threatening morass. You know, it doesn't mean it's going to be successful. And here we pick up this land. That's another place for deeps. We're going to be churning through the money pretty soon. Be getting those High King decrees. And eventually, all of the Great Gate buildings just get free when you build like 20 deeps. But at that point, the money is mainly free too.
What do you want?
But all right, where do you build the Hall of the Ancestors? At Karaz Ankor, maybe. You know, for all of that, not really any closer to completing any of these. Yeah, we're not really retaking the realms, are we? And the underway network for where we're at, well, that's what we're working on. Because we still have to beat, not the guys we're fighting, but the other Chaos Dwarf faction, which exists somewhere. Still, though, what a plum society for robbing. We just got to get in here, burn down this temple, make the money, set the Deep Sins on the ground, and see what the special buildings are. Alright. Well, well, well. Because Throt, I think actually Throt's just going to have a miserable time. I think all of his stuff is just in Hell Pit and right here, and, well, what's he going to do with all of that? Greasus wants a trade pact. He is it worth Legion of Asgore, and he's going to pay me for it. Yeah. Oh, it's all the money he's got? I'm like, no, he'll pay me more. He'll pay me 17. He just didn't want to. I'm like, ain't you got more money? The Warhost of Zharr is now almost under us in balance of power. And it only took 6 hours. Because We're about to be in a situation where a shocking amount of hero agents are just going to be running around everywhere, making me very annoyed. But that is okay. We'll get over it. We'll probably get over it. The mighty thinking of the computer continues thinking. That's probably like Wolfric or Throg, I guess. That's the thing about the villains. Like, there's so many remaining. But I guess not that many, right? There's 100 factions alive. At least 10 of them are our friends, or friendly. 10 of them are nonsense. So, you know. It's a wide, wide world, but at least we've got our little corner that is somewhat something. And Jamek gets the blessing of the lady.
It is time. An accord bound by runic law. Fight like a slayer, die like a slayer. We sharpen our own axes here. Sharp. To do. Yes, yes. Dishonored. To do.
So we hit him, and then we will get like 4 catapults and slayers, and then before you know it, we'll already have an army.
I answer to clan and hall. I have the forge fires glowing. Doom Chief.
Get all those up again. Hey, maybe one of these guys will move, but certainly it looks like Astenkia has awoken due to us dealing with this over here. You know, because look, if she's just gonna let him be at the Monolith of Bones, you know what's going on, right? What's going on? You gotta do something here, Stank.
Targets.
Speak.
She doesn't want to give me any of those places, so that's alright. We'll just give her these anyway.
Of niceties, you and I.
Give me your money.
I'm here now.
Strange that bits of paper keep us from one another's threats.
Ooh la la! She likes that. She gives me 85 grand. Look, she's like, what's gold even for? I hear you dwarves like this, right? And in fairness, we are giving her Kislev back.
Let's give them something to remember us by, eh?
Ah, there he went. We'll just go to this stance, and you know, he's probably going to Veil of Bones, but if he tries to go anywhere else or underway over or move here, then we'll be able to catch him. Don't really want to deeps there yet. Here, we're already deeps in, that's right. Yeah, so we get all of that money from Stunk, and then of course proceed to make something of it. Now Lun here, we'll just we'll just go here, make sure that this gets sorted. It's about to be great because Sylvania is losing, right? They are losing bad. We need to get over here though, so we can fight inside of vampiric corruption territories. No, we'll send somebody over here to deal with the Warhost of Zharr, and then once they're there, we'll move on over, and then I'm like, well, and then we'll retake the realm, and then we'll move to Karak 8 Peaks, and, you know, then to save on postage, we'll notice that I've been playing the game for 500 hours. Okay, so now Ungrim is trying to fight Sayl. This is unfortunate. We just dive here. We're gonna pop him.
Dishonored. My doom may lie below.
Iron-willed. Heading out.
Go here. Go to ambush.
I'll get on it. I'm off.
And we're gonna hope that one of them will move out. If not, then all of Asank's forces are finally moving out. So, you know, maybe it'll be fine anyway, right? No, do we do? Oh, we don't have the population surplus. That's all right. I mean, do we really need it to be tier 5? I mean, eventually, sure.
I am Iron Fist. Some
Alright, so if we we declare war against these guys, will they go? Because right now I think he thinks he's too far away from the Dwarf-holds to be helpful, but we don't have to have him here anymore. And if he goes up this way, he can actually really help with other problems. I mean, might as well let him go, right? And then whenever we take all of this, you know, it'll be for us.
Bane of demons. Engineer.
But all right, well, amazing, perfect, and in all other ways, very good. This guy's army is a little bit passé. What we'll do is just drop all these guys right now. Do we want, like, Iron Drakes? Not really. The Grudge units can stay. We'll keep the Thunderer. This is Scory Stonebeard, the lord of the area here. But we're going to respec him because he's messy. Gorazin Copperpot.
Time for a reckoning.
You know, same problem for him, right? He needs to respec too. Well, in that case, we'll reset all of his skill points.
Lead you to doom, I will. More means to kill.
Same problem, alright.
Demon Slayer.
Alright. Morgrim Dingar, the guy who doesn't need to respec.
Just don't get in my way.
Dringar, not Dingar. Alright, so we can get very expensive things now, but I guess our supply lines are 36%. Pretty rough. We don't need to keep this army online, but we do want to transfer some of the stuff over, so... we can do that, you know. Get the Trollhammer Torpedo. Obviously, we don't want to not get that. Even if it's not super good against the Chaos Dwarves, they're a crazy fun unit. They are difficult to get. You're not going to be able to get 100 of them, right? And in Malakai's army, if they can get like some pretty good shooting, reload time reduction, it's very funny what they can achieve. This guy is only level 19, so we might be able to get him. I think most of the lords they recruit are in their teens, you know, from the various buildings, but... you know, clearly not under 15 for any of them. But we are, you know, we're making it work. Skulltaker's doing his thing, but, you know, we've stood against him. And Ungrim, after all, is, like, dealing with actual problems.
To doom, then. There be demons out.
He's not just doing things just to do them.
Leave it to me. Doom chaser.
But that'll do, Donkey. That'll do. We've got... I was like, I forgot about that army going on. I'm like, when did we get so many armies? That's right, because we've got Bjarni's over... Okri's, not Bjarni. Different guy. Historical guy. But... you know, very good indeed. And obviously, when we start deep seeing up super heavily, we're going to eventually get to a point where we can achieve free upkeep. And that will be very funny. That will be very funny. Because we also have, like, incredibly cheap recruitment. So, now, to get the building, you need a whole lot of deeps things. Or, you can swap this one over to this one. And then, you know, you lose all that money that you were making, but you go to faction-wide upkeep lowering. Of course, you got to break the building, build it here, and build it there. But, you know, You get 1% from this one when your control is high, which it isn't here. But that's the thing about control, right? You know, you gotta... Oh, we like Confederation. I'm like, why is it not a little higher than that Confederation? But that will do it. We've got our dig-in cannons, you know, the great prize. Most of our armies have one Thunder Barge. Many of them could get one more, but, you know. We have enough reduction... Oh, that's still the free Thunder Barge, that's right. We have enough reduction to where most of our guys cost basically around what you would expect them to. And that's even with 36% client, you know, army upkeep on. But here in just a few turns, we're going to make, you know, enough money for a few more armies anyway. So look forward to that. But we're not doing that right now. Like I said a while ago, it's time to take a break. And we're actually going to do it. A nice 6-hour session. Oh, jeez. I just love this game. And this mod is wonderful. You know, very engaging. Feel like we fought a bunch of battles early and then did a bunch of talking and auto-resolving later. But, I mean, to be fair, we've learned how to do the fights. And then, you know, yeah. We did fun. We had fun. We did some stuff. The campaign is, you know, turning a corner now, as we are dealing with the huge issues that are at our doorsteps. And that's, of course, going to let us, before too long, start rolling out the red carpet for our own selves, making a ton of money. Because when we get the Silver Pinnacle up and deeps, and with that special building, we might be making like 12 or 13k there. That's 2 more juicy armies right there, you know. And all the deeps can basically pay for one army by themselves. So, you know, the more they roll in, the more it's going to roll in. And once we get into Zarnagrin proper, we're going to deeps the whole thing, right? It's going to be all over. We're just going to be tremendously wealthy. It's going to be great. And then we're going to, you know, do what we do every day. Try to take over the world. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. That's all I've got for you right now. But I really hope you've enjoyed. And when we come back, we'll play more of this. No, we might play something else today, but it might be like 6 more hours of this later on. When I find out, you'll be the first to know. So, see you guys. So good hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. RRK007, Neo, Luke. So good to see all of you. And I sure had a good time. I hope you did too. And, well, if you're bored of Malakai Total War, that's kind of what I'm doing now. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.